Let's find out what the Most High got for the collective. I want to get some readings done. I want to get some messages. Be a little nosy right now. Figure it out. Yeah. So we're gonna get some messages. I hope everyone's doing well. Make sure you share the live, like the live. Don't just sit there and watch. Support the channel, guys. I need your support. I'm asking that the Most High God come through for me. And oh God, I just ask that you give me messages of clarity for the collective on what we're needing to know at this time. Please, God, give me some messages. So the very first cards I received is Goddess, Parenthood, and the Queen. That was quick. Any more messages, God? Please speak through the cards. So we have Yogi. Anything else, God? We got the Intellectual. Anything else? One more. Give me one more, God, if it's what you want us to know. Okay. Then we got what the web. All right, so let's get some messages. Um on the back we got the elder. I'm asking that the Most High God speak through me, give me clarity, messages that will assist the collective in gaining insight on what we're needing to know at this time. I'm asking that the Most High God clear my throat chakra so that I'll be able to speak clearly to you all and give you what you all need. Don't forget to do your breathing work, guys. When you come in, share the live, be active, comment, do a thumbs up for me. Support the channel, and I will give you messages that you're needing to know. Thank you all for coming in. Most High God, please speak through me. Give me messages of clarity, and thank you. Yes. Yeah, I'll turn it off. Okay. One moment, guys. So, what's up, Taha? What's up? How are you? Yeah, so let's get some messages. I'm asking the Most High God to speak through me as I give you all guided messages. You could be in the around the ages of 46, 64, 73, 37, 55. You could have a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old. You could have you could be 43, or you could be about to turn 43. You could be 34. Happy birthday to all the Taurus out there and Geminis. All right, so we're going to get some messages. I'm asking that the Most High, God, please, God, come through for me. Give me messages of clarity on what we're needing to know at this time. Oh, God, just speak through me. We need clarity. We need to know what's going on for those who may be going through what I'm going through. This is for you, okay? So we're always getting guidance messages, guided messages that are going to assist us on our path, letting us know what we need to look out for. All right, so number 46. Let's see what's going on. All right, so we got demigod. Demigod. I go where I am. No. Wherever I go, here I am. There I am. So this is the conscious awareness, victory, activist, enlightenment, admiration, prophet of God, overcoming alien deity, protected higher self-awareness, and God body. So let's look into this. Let's look into the demigod. Let's see. All right, so you got people that are very jealous. It's a lot of people jealous and feeling away right now. Clarify the demigod. All right, so clarify the moon and the three of cups. Okay, so there is an energy behind you that you may not realize that you got people that secretly admire you. They see you as grounded, or this could be someone who's thinking about you, wanting to communicate or ease things over. Someone wants to ease something over or make something better. Someone wants to ground a situation. This is someone who wants to make something right, but maybe the person that wants to give, you're not accepting from. So they could be walking away. Someone is deciding to walk away because maybe they feel like they have everything they need. Um, if you had a miscarriage, I'm sorry about that. Okay, I'm sorry for your loss. Let's see. Give me some more messages. Tell me about demigod ancestors. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is that there are a group of people that feel left out. Okay, people that are not doing too good because of how you're continuing to stay in control of yourself, of your life. You know, people are feeling left out. People may be feeling a little bit off right now, and they want to talk to you, work things out with you. It could be an earth sign. Tell me more. Yeah, this person could be heartbroken. An earth sign could be heartbroken, not feeling at their best. And it's because maybe you're protecting your energy. Okay. So I see that who is this three of swords? It could be a fire sign. Someone who's thinking on how to be conniving. Okay. So this person, all they know how to do is lie. Tell me more. This is a person that has a lot of secrets. There are things that are not known that this person is aware of. And tell me more. And they're looking at they're like, dang, is this gonna play out right? So someone could be sad because they're shocked at what is being exposed or what will be exposed. Someone's in their head trying to figure out their options. They don't know what to do. It's giving me that someone has scattered energy and it's dealing with maybe even how they see you. Okay, so someone may see you in a good light. We're gonna get to it, guys. You know how my readings go. So it takes a minute for me to get an understanding of what is going on. So let's see. So yeah, demigod. Clarify demigod ancestors, please. Two of cups. Clarify demigod. Clarify demigod. Okay. So yeah, this is a person who is trying to figure out how to connect with you. doing manifestation to connect with you, wanting to be reconnect, definitely doing magic to reconnect. The issue is someone's understanding that you're rising into some sort of self-sufficiency here. You know, financially, this is someone who is could be trying to work with others behind the scenes, possibly. This is a person who's still trying to control things behind the scene. Someone who's caught in like a lot of manipulation. Someone who works with others to like constantly try to manipulate. Someone's working really hard at this, okay? So, this is a person who may have there could be someone who withdrew from this person. Tell me more. So yeah, it's a group of people who are scheming, or they the issue is people who try to like comfort you. What I'm seeing here is like you're rising above it, okay? So it says, wherever I go, there I am. The conscious awareness, victory, activist, enlightenment. So the issue is there are people who are trying to figure out how to come back around. There are people who want to come back around, who want to make their way back around. Tell me more about this, ancestors. Yeah. Tell me more what they doing. The issue is you've gotten a lot of clarity. You're very smart. You know, you coming out as someone who's very intuitive. Um, I'm seeing here that you have a true understanding of self. Highly enlightened. Highly enlightened individual. That is the issue. It's because of what you know, what you understand, who you are, okay? So when they're talking about demigod, this is about the conscious mind. This is all about the conscious mind, your awareness, okay? This is where you gain victory, and it's because you have a deeper understanding of things, and even the people. You know, you are not easily accessible as well, and I see that you could be moving forward with your life. So there are people who are working really hard to try to see how they can manifest a new beginning, but it's not coming off it's coming off a little shady, you know. It's coming off shady, and you got awareness about this. Definitely awareness. So these are people who are trying to be strategic. When I see the king of swords and the knight of pentacles, it's someone who is very, very clear on how they want to continue a process. Someone could be processing or very strategic on how they move around you, because the issue is, in order for someone to have their way, supposedly, is to be creative in how they move. So this is a person that is very strategic, very consistent at how they move accordingly, you know, in life, or just how they do things. Like someone feels like they have to gain some sort, they gain insight on how to move with you. And so this is a person that wants to reconnect with you. Yeah, they're wanting to reconnect with you, but the issue is conflict here, because someone is very emotional, but the emotions that this person has is conflicting. You know, where someone secretly is not saying what they want, but they're wanting a new opportunity with you. They want to reconnect with you, and this person, they're not saying anything. You know, this is a person who could be working behind the scenes watching you as well, okay? So with the Eight of Wands and the Two of Cups, is someone who wants fast movement, someone who wants to hurry up and reconnect with you. Yeah. So Nine of Wands is you're very guarded, very protective of your energy. And that's the issue, because you already have clarity. So it's saying, wherever I go, there I am. Wherever I go, there I am. So the conscious mind, you are aware, okay? awareness, victory and activist, enlightenment. So you're very enlightened, all right? What it's saying is like you could be a prophet of God, overcoming a lot, all right? An alien, you're different, you're unique, and you could be represented as a whole deity child, protected. You use your higher self to gain self-awareness. You are in your God body. So maybe people who've not experienced that part of themselves are having difficulty trying to manifest certain things from you. So this is someone who wants access to you, someone who is trying to gain some sort of enlightenment or trying to move strategically in order to connect with you, get into that heart chakra. Yeah, this is someone that you pulled away from. You're no longer active with this person. Yeah, someone's feeling as if their efforts aren't paying off as well. I'm seeing here that yeah, this is a person that wants to control certain things around you, and they have issues with control because they want a new opportunity. Okay, the issue is something's not working the way they expected it to, and that's clear. Someone's definitely clear on that, but someone's very obsessed with the fact, or with someone's obsessed with wanting to connect with you. Okay, someone really really is obsessed. This is someone who has mental health issues. Okay, so with the badass being full of life, loving possibilities, it's someone who's not really what they say they are, who they say they are. Someone is they're not connected like that. Tell me more. All right. So yeah, this is the issue. Someone is feeling like it's too hard. Like you're difficult. You're difficult. Someone's looking at you like like you too strong. You mentally strong, mentally grounded. It's a problem here, because even though someone may be trying to be consistent in what they do, with the Five of Wands, it's always confusion happening, and it's because maybe you're fully aware of this person and someone just feels a way about that. So when it comes to who you are, what you represent, the way you move, is someone having difficulty recognizing that they're not able to get in your mind like that. You gain full consciousness, okay? And so it's a struggle. You get people a run for their money with the Nine of Cups and the Ten of Wands. Is someone who's finding it difficult to deal with you. Okay, it's you. It's someone who's very very confused. Tell me more. Yeah, so it's also giving me that someone may have to walk away, okay? Because the issue is you learned a lot of lessons, which causes you to not stay stagnant in your life. You're someone that keeps moving forward, and someone may have difficulty with that. So yeah, it's someone who is still trying to control certain outcomes, but they're finding it very difficult to do. So with the Four of Pentacles and the Five of Wands is a lot of confusion behind this. Maybe this is someone who is uncomfortable with recognizing that they may not have the same type of control that they once had. Okay, you kind of put you could be stressing this person out a little too much, and someone is really really stressed about your intuition, what you're aware of, or what you could be gaining awareness of. It's you stepping into your power and expanding, and just having good things happen for you in your future. Okay, this is the shakeup. This is the chaos that could be happening behind the scenes, because it's like, damn, I can't do what I used to do. My I used to have a friend back in the day. They read tarot. I don't know if they do it anymore, but he would me and him will be talking, and he'll say, I don't feel like I have a gift anymore. I feel like my gift is messed up, and I will exchange readings. And I like, well, it sounds like you're in tune to me, because you're reading my situation very clearly. And so you know yeah, we would kind of like support each other, with our intuition. We were really, at the time, in like 2018, 19, we were really really focused on building our intuition, connecting to our higher self. And there would be days where, he would be like, I just don't know if I'm my gift is working. Like, he'd literally be so sad about that. And I'd be like, well, you're doing well to me. We both worked on Purple Ocean. So we were like psychic readers on a hotline or whatnot. But with that said, um what I'm getting is like someone who is in their mind a lot, because they don't feel like they're in tune. Like, maybe someone has used to have a gift, or has a gift, and they may not feel as if their powers are working. Someone's like, I don't feel like what I used to do ain't working. Even when it comes to like manipulation and how someone could get in your mind, the issue is you are a demigod, okay? So wherever I go, there I am, is God telling you that you have full awareness of your conscious mind, okay? So, even though our mind tends to go places, you are fully aware of your mind, and you are fully aware of your choices. You are fully aware and grounded when it comes to what you choose to do in your life. You are fully in control of what you're doing. And because of that, there is someone who can no longer persuade certain ways that you move or interact. This is someone who finds it to be very difficult, because they find you to be someone who's very grounded in how you select certain choices in your life, how you make choices in your life. Someone don't like that, okay? So your intuition is heightening, okay? You are someone who is very, very grounded, and you are fully aware, okay? You are connected to your higher self. If you're not, you're gaining those capabilities, okay? Yeah, and this is heartbreaking. It's always good for someone else to be heartbroken over what they can't do to you no more. When people can't do what they want to do to you, they become frustrated. They become angry. They become obsessed. They become um so obsessed with the thought of wanting to win, or wanting to control certain outcomes for you. Someone is upset about your healing collective. That's messed up. The when the sole purpose of someone else's life should be focused on them, someone's upset because they don't know how to control your mind, okay? So yeah, they could be working with a group of people. Clarify the Three of Pentacles. Okay, so clarify this. So we got the Moon card. So there's information that could be getting out right now. Clarify the Three of Pentacles. Yeah, some information could be coming out, and this information that's coming out is maybe causing someone to lose confidence in themselves. They're not as confident as they once were. Tell me more. Yeah, someone could be very angry. This is a person who is recognizing that you know a lot. You are very wise in what you know. And because you are wise in what you know, someone feels a way about that. This is someone who could be connected to some sort of organization, some sort of um let's see, clarify this. Yeah, so the issue is people are not as confident as they tend to be nowadays. And it's because thank you. Thank you, Earth. Was that you, Earth Angel? Thank you. I appreciate that, love. Yeah, thank you guys for the gifts. So, somebody who is not comfortable. Thank y'all. So with the Empress in the reversal, let me look into this. We're gonna get some details on what is going on. Let's get some details of what's going on. Clarify the Empress in the higher font. So yeah, there is change that someone is not too comfortable with. Someone could be uncomfortable with how things may be going in the future. Oh shoot. So it says speak your truth. I understand that nothing can grow or evolve without movement. So speak your truth. You've stayed silent for too long. Speak up, stand your ground, state your perspective. You will rise to a higher vibration when you let your voice be heard. So let's get more. Tell me more about this. Yeah, so someone's in fear of your growth. That's the issue. Someone who thought that they could remain in some sort of control, what they're seeing is that there is movement that is going to be happening that someone's not too comfortable with. So, it's showing me, with the Empress, it's giving me that someone's not someone's not in control like they once were. Okay, someone's feeling very insecure. Clarify the Empress, reverse. Hey. Page of Wands. So this is someone who's insecure about maybe a decision, a huge decision that was made. Someone's not too comfortable about what they decided to do. Okay, this could be who is this? What's going on? Yeah, Five of Pentacles. It's someone who's feeling guilt, feeling regret, or feeling as if they lost. Okay, maybe this is someone who feels as if a community failed them as well, or this is someone who's feeling why is the Empress in reverse? What's the whole point of the Empress being in reverse? It's when we see the Ace of Pentacles, is an opportunity that someone took that they were not confident in taking. Someone realizes that there was a decision that someone chose or someone accepted. Someone did something that led them in the Five of Pentacles. This is someone who is who's going to be having loss. Okay, tell me more, because the issue is their decision wasn't met on like a solid foundation. Tell me more. Clarify the Empress and the Queen of Swords. So yeah, there's truth coming. It's a conflict behind, people are kind of conflicted about your stability or you being able to stand your ground. There's a lot of negativity around you who's able to stand through any storm. Okay, and I was watching an old video of mine where I told people, listen, I don't care what you do. For me, I've been through so much. It's to the point where I'm not afraid to fight in a war. I'm literally not afraid to fight in wars, because you're not going to intimidate me by your unstable, underhanded chaos. You are somebody who moves unrighteously. So for anyone like myself or the collective to back down to someone who is, first off, you're unjust, you're unrighteous, you always win against people like that, collective, especially if you are in the right. And if you are able to stand your ground and just hold on a little longer, like I always tell you, to hold on to that rope, making sure that you don't give up. I don't care how bad your hands are scarred up. You don't let go of the rope, because people are always wanting to test your strength. But if you know that your strength does not rely in who you are as an individual, that your strength relies in the Most High, and knowing that if God be for you, who can be against you? You knowing that if you've done or you've made the right choices in your life, it's nothing that can come against someone who's walking in divine alignment. So with that said, you already won. Okay, you've already won. So for someone to make decisions that they're not confident enough in making. Like, my thing is, if you gonna be, let's just talk about it. If you gonna be a stripper, stand on that shit. If you gonna be out here sleeping with a bunch of people, stand on that shit. Like, I've watched a video. I couldn't watch it all the way, but I seen this girl and she was confident in what she did. I'm like, wow, and it's no, I'm not trying to speak negatively about anybody, but sometimes a lot of people may find what others do that is not in alignment with what they do, something that may be unrighteous or not for them, or they may look at it different, like someone doing porn or something like that. Like, this was someone who was standing in her truth, like, this is what I do, I make money and da da da. And so, however, when you are someone who stands on that, you like, that's what I do, this is me. No one has no one really can say nothing, because that's what you stand on. Like, you're literally walking in your truth. This is what you want to do. However, for someone to make decisions that are hesitant, they're hesitant in making, they're not confident in their decisions. They know deep down inside that what they're deciding to do is something that they're not standing 10 toes down for. And they know that something is unjust. They know it's wrong. Like, you sit here and you fight for something that's very toxic. Deep inside you're wrong and you're not confident in your choices, but you go ahead and you do it anyway. You not gonna have no luck. Justice is always gonna come for that ass. Okay, so you're not confident in choices you make, and you're someone who is possibly someone who is a higher up in some way. I don't know what you do for a living. Maybe you make huge choices that can affect other people's lives. Whatever the case is, just know that you being someone who's of authority, making decisions that you're not comfortable with making, is going to always backfire. All right. So it's always best to stand 10 toes down when it comes to your decision making. But if you're finding yourself a little shaky, like, oh, I don't know if I should be making this decision, I don't know if this is right, but you do it anyway, you'll always find yourself in difficult situations that will lead you on the back end, that will lead you in very hard situations in your life where it will never work out for you. I promise you on that. I promise you on that. You sit here and you know in the back of your head that what you're doing is wrong. You know for a fact that your decision making or whatever you decided to do is not righteous, is not wrong. It's, let's just say, okay, you decided to be a porn star. Not nothing I don't want to do, but to each his own. And it's no judgment. But I just was watching someone saying, like, that's what I do. This person wants to do that. This person is standing 10 toes down on what they want to do. And there's no shame in their game. However, for someone who is unconfident in being a porn star, or unconfident in being someone who is a stripper, or anything that other people may look at or side eye or may judge or something like that, but you're not confident in what you're doing, and deep down in the back of your head, you know something ain't right about it, and you're not standing 10 toes down for that, you know it's always going to affect you in a way. Because if you're not confident in making certain choices in your life, it just ain't going to work out for you. I promise you it's not. So this is why you got to be careful about what you're doing. You can't make decisions that affect other people and think that it's not going to come for you. I promise you, it's never going to be good for you. So this is the action that some people took. And with the Empress being a major arcana cards are very huge, because major arcana cards are situations that are affecting you right now. So this Empress coming out as a major arcana card is someone who's actually whole life experience at this time is involving a lot of insecurity. And it's because of someone being insecure on choices that they've made that they're not proud of. So, you're cutting clear of truth with the Queen of Swords. Five of Pentacles is someone who's feeling at a loss because of certain decisions that you've made. I don't care who you are. Keep making these decisions. The issue is with the Four of Cups is someone who knows that they shouldn't have made a decision. Someone knows that they should have made a better decision and could be open to turning something around or making it better. So yeah, there is someone who is angry about what they possibly chose as well, or just about what you know. Okay, someone's like, you know too much. Someone's very upset with how you stand, how you just how you make your choices in life. Tell me more about this, ancestors. Someone who wants to save face, but knows deep inside that they could be affected by um certain choices. So we got the Hierophant and the Four of Wands, five of Ten of Wands. So this is a group of people who are trying to act as if they're okay, trying to act like could be laughing, joking, but deep down finding it to be a huge burden of what they chose. There are people who are having difficulty in certain choices that they chose to stand on. Okay, so yeah, the Knight of Swords is someone who took quick action. Someone who could be talking a lot too. Talking a lot, realizing that their life is going downhill. I'm telling you, you are not going to have no luck, okay? So I don't know what choice you made or what you've done. Someone who's of higher authority, this is the collective. Never be afraid of systems that are bigger than you. Because again, if you really rock for God, if you really 10 toes down for yourself, you know for a fact that you're always going to be in alignment with honesty, righteousness, justice. All of that is going to always happen. So Wheel of Fortune is bad luck happening to people who made horrible decisions concerning you. Okay, people who were not satisfied with choices. They did it out of issues with control, obsession, wanting to be right. Also dealing with money. Four of Pentacles, wanting to hold on to some sort of control, financial stability. This is all dealing with money, collective. This is someone who wanted to secure their spot, wanted to secure their position. Okay, Page of Swords. This is someone who always thinks of trying to get ahead. Someone trying to figure out how to continue to stay in control. But the Fool is a reckless decision of someone trying to look, or someone trying to appear as if there's someone who has it all together, but really they are falling apart. Okay, so this is someone who's trying to save face, who has a fake mask on. The problem is, collective, if you are not standing, if you are very confident and balanced in who you are, there's the one who can be able to shake you, collective. Never play the game of the enemy, someone who wants to have you scared and shook. Okay, the only person, or the only energy that you should be shook of is the Most High. Okay, there are some people who play with it, but they play with it until they find out. So someone's finding out that they cannot shake you with the Temperance. You're always going to be grounded and always protected, collective. Never be scared of nobody. You're not the one to play with. And people are definitely recognizing that, because look around. Some people's lives are not adding up to what they wanted it to look like. Things that they wanted their life to look like, is the way they wanted their life to look like, is not adding up. Because the thing is, someone wanted your life to be out of balance. Your life gonna be out of balance. You want someone feeling restricted and sad and isolated. You're gonna be feeling restricted, isolated, and sad, even around amongst a group of people that you're really not happy with. You know that the people you're around are people that are not even true to you. You don't even trust the people around you, okay? So with that said, collective, even though you may be someone who's isolated, could be going through difficulties or whatever the case is that could be happening in your life, there are other people who could be affected by their choices, who were in power, that made choices in regards to you. Their life won't be good, collective. Even though it's giving me, so I remember a time where this guy, he was telling me that he had an Uber ride with a Arabic guy. The Arabic man, he was racist. And so it was wintertime and it was freezing cold. He said it was like it was cold. It was cold, okay? It was probably like 6 degrees or something like that. But with that said, uh this guy got into his vehicle and was saying it's cold. The man rolled down the window and started driving. And so he would not roll the window out up, and he would not turn the heat on. The problem with that collective is people want to make you miserable, but at the same time they're miserable. So even though he was in charge of the heat and all that, because of course he's the Uber driver, because of your hate, because of your you just being so evil, you rather risk yourself and someone else's life or whatever to remain cold because you're hateful. So you're hateful. You being hateful is also going to cause you a demise too. Because even though you may not be, not you may not like somebody, it's still going to affect you in the end because you're cold too. You're freezing cold. So you're literally so evil that you will risk your whole life to be evil to someone else so that they could feel away. But in the end, you're still mad and hateful and evil, and you're still cold. So these are people who took risks to try to make you feel away, try to make you feel depressed, try to make you feel all these sorts of ways. Y'all hit the like button on YouTube, y'all. Please hit the like button because it's a bunch of haters on here and I don't give a fuck about you right now. Okay, so anyway, what I'm telling you is there are people who are so evil, they want to see you do bad, but guess what, as well as they're wanting to see you do bad, their downfall is happening. So these are people who thought that, oh well, they can't be touched because they are in some sort of high position, but baby, I promise you, the collective gonna be praying so hard on you when it comes to your life. And you sitting here thinking that can you imagine, just think of how Zimmerman was when he harmed the little boy and whatnot, and they lived there. Or think of Emmett Till and how the white lady lied and said, oh, he did this, he did that, but in the end, can you imagine what kind of life she had? Can you imagine her one lie, how it could affect her whole life? We wonder, well, why she got to live so long? Because she probably got to live a miserable life. You know what I'm saying? So someone who tried to affect your life also is miserable. It don't make sense. So for you to sit here and try to comfort somebody, do you not know that your whole life is gonna be crumbling too? You think that you causing issues for the collective is only gonna hit the collective? Do you not think that your hate, your anger, and your evilness is not gonna bring you down too? So keep playing with us and let's see how that affects your life too. Because as well as someone else, you decided to say, oh, I'm gonna do this to this person, we gonna plan, we gonna plot, we gonna ruin this person's name, we gonna ruin this person's character. Trust me, baby, as well as you may be trying to hurt someone else's reputation or cause things to happen for this person, is just as well as your whole life is going to be spiraling out of control. So you don't want someone to have a husband, your marriage is not going to be working. You don't want someone to be happy, you're not going to be happy in your marriage. Things are just not going to be working out for you. And I'm definitely someone who's going to make sure of that, okay? Because the issue is you're not going to sit here and think that you're going to control someone else's life without you being miserable at the same time. So the collective, we are in this space in our life where we're no longer being moved by people who want to see you act or feel a way. The thing is, collective, you can still be confident in who you are going through the issues that you're going through and still remain in control of your life, okay? Meaning that the people who are the there are people who are losing all sense of control because they thought that they can come for you and they wouldn't be dragged down too. So just as well as someone wants to drag you down being a crab in a barrel, trust me, they're falling down as well. All right? So no one's getting away with nothing. And it's because there is divine judgment, justice happening. And you are somebody who is not giving up on yourself. You are someone who's very aggressive when it comes to protecting your life. All right, working hard on yourself, continuing to stand up for yourself, continuing to block negativity, continuing not to go back and forth with people that want to see you be down, collective. I want you to find other ways, other avenues on how to maneuver in this life, how to navigate, because there are people who want to stagnate you. But I'm telling you, there's always a way. God will make a way out of no way. And you cannot give up on yourself just because a hater want to stop you because they're mad at your strength. They're mad at your mental capacity, collective. As much as people want to hate on you or bring you down, baby, it will never be an option. These are people who are trying to figure out ways to do it. But baby, I'm telling you, every time you think of a way, God is always over that ass, causing a stagnation in your life some way, somehow. Because trust me, you moving this way shows the collective that you're not happy, you're not satisfied, and it's because you continue to come for someone you were never supposed to send for. So you keep playing around here and you're going to find yourself going through even more tough times, okay? Keep playing with us and watch what happens. So we got the Ace of Cups with the page Ace of Pentacles, and this is saying that you got new opportunities, okay, that are happening for you, new cycles that are ending, collective, victory, you know, things are going to be working out in your life, and it's because of your due diligence, because of your consistency. So I don't want you to give up on yourself, and I never ever want you to be afraid of someone who may be in power, whatever the case is, because the same issues that they may have put you through, trust me, it's way worse for them. All right. And we don't get off of people who could be having difficult times, but it's all about cause and effect. What you put out is what you get back. You think that you can make certain decisions that can affect someone's whole life and other people involved, and you think that your life won't be handled? Trust me, baby, it's always going to be handled. So it's not going to be good for you. Okay? So what else? So yeah, the pages, so it's giving me that there is someone who's struggling at this time. It's because of how consistent you are, how truthful you are, how in control you are. Someone's wanting to reach out. They could be heartbroken because you're going to be getting justice, okay? So it's someone who's gaining clarity, someone who is realizing that you're not giving up on yourself. You're pushing through no matter what pain you've been through. And for the pain that others have caused you, collective, there will be justice. There will be justice. You may not see it happening, but trust me, people are very worried at this time. It's not a joke messing with you. You are no one to play with. You will be in this Ten of Pentacles energy, gaining security. You know, I've learned from Chanel Cooper Sykes that you should never say be stable, because stable is one position. Secure is someone who is having security. Like security is I forget how she explained it, but it's always abundance happening in security, because you're safe. You're not only safe, you're provided for, and there's enough room for a lot of blessings to pour in when you are secure. Okay, this is where you are, collective, secure in who you are, and will gain stability, financial security in the future. This is what someone could be thinking about. This is someone who could be jealous about this. This is someone who could be obsessing over you, and someone who knows that they have to walk away. Someone is feeling very defeated about having to walk away. They're not happy about that. And they've gotten clarity that this is what they need to do. This is a choice that they need to do, but they feel like even through doing it, they're losing a whole lot. And that's not your problem, collective. So we got the Five of Pentacles. Clarify the Five of Pentacles. Yeah, so this is dealing with a relationship. Okay, so we got the clarify this. All right. So this is someone who is feeling left out because of you. Someone who's gaining clarity about you. Someone who would like some sort of connection with you and feeling left out because you may know the truth about this person and someone don't want to feel this way. Clarify the page of Pentacles reverse. It's people that don't know what to do anymore. People that made choices that were not as smart as they thought they were. And it's somebody who, let me look at this. Let me just make sure. What you think this is? So we got the Four of Swords, Death card. No. Not Death card. It's Devil. So it's the Four of Swords, the Devil, the Eight of Cups, the Ace of Swords, the Five of Pentacles, the Empress, Seven of Swords reverse, the Knight of Cups, Knight of Wands, Nine of Wands, the Four of Wands, the Page of Pentacles reverse, Nine of Cups, and the Hierophant. King of Swords with the Two of Wands. Isn't this a person who made a bad choice and feels um maybe feels left out or feels left out because you're confident. You know, someone's gotten clarity about you and could have made a wrong choice or something. Someone didn't know what they chose. Dang, I messed up. So I got the Four of Swords, the Devil, the Eight of Cups, the Ace of Swords, the Five of Pentacles, the Empress, the Seven of Swords reverse, Knight of Cups, Knight of Wands, the Nine of Wands, the Page of Pentacles reverse, Four of Wands, Nine of Cups, Hierophant, King of Swords, Two of Wands, the Chariot, the Moon card, and the Ten of Pentacles. Is this someone who made a bad choice or something like that? I'm seeing someone made a bad choice and feels left out because someone could be stepping into stability. So it's saying that someone's realizing it's too late that they played themselves. The energy feels like somebody who thought they were moving slick, impulsive, or strategic, and now they're sitting in their consequences, watching you stabilize while they emotionally spiral behind the scenes. So the way this opens with the Four of Swords, so it's saying that they feel like a harsh realization, almost like somebody can't avoid the truth anymore. There's like an attachment that someone has that is unhealthy. Someone has mental health issues. Temptation, ego, obsession, manipulation, jealousy, control, addictions, or choosing toxic routes instead of doing things the right way. Truth is going to be exposed. You know, mental clarity, reality check. Somebody can no longer lie to themselves about what they did or how things turned out. Then the Five of Pentacles, besides the Empress, is loud. That looks exactly like somebody feeling left out, abandoned, or financially, emotionally insecure, spiritually disconnected, while seeing another person step into abundance, beauty, growth, motherhood energies, success, confidence, or stability. The Empress doesn't chase, okay? So you attract, collective. And so this feels like someone watching you elevate while they're spiraling outside in the cold. So the Seven of Swords reverse especially makes this feel like bad decisions catching up with them, guilt, exposure, failed sneaky behavior, or somebody realizing they sabotaged something valuable. Then you have the Nine of Cups, Nine of Wands, somebody who may have moved off impulse, ego, lust, pride, selfish desires, or temporary satisfaction. I'm going to do what I want right now, energy. And that's the thing. People think that they can get away with wanting to control certain outcomes. It is never going to work out for you, especially as long as God lives, and God ain't never dying, okay? As long as we know that God is real, God is never going to give up on you, collective. God would allow people to play out, to do what they can, to, just to see if they'll get, if, God would just, it's just like a movie, okay? Where in the beginning, it seems good. Like it seems like, dang, this person getting away with everything. But in the end, the antagonist always gets caught, goes to jail, and is always defeated. While you free while the other character frees themselves from all the toxicity. So, this is what I'm talking about. People who think that they can get away with things because of maybe who they are, what they supposedly represent. Maybe they have a certain type of reputation that they want to keep up with. Whatever the case, collective, there's always going to be justice. All right. And people who think that they're slick, that they can, make any type of decision and say, you know what? We're going to choose this off of feelings. Oh, well, I feel like this today. I don't like you today. Be careful of those type of choices, baby, because it don't matter if you don't like the collective. It don't matter if so and so is your best friend. It don't matter if I don't know. I don't want to say it don't matter if Monica is your best friend. Maybe someone best friend is my name is Monica. Like that's the name I'm getting. But it don't matter if Monica is your best friend. It don't matter if you know what I'm saying? It don't matter who you know, or I'm friends with such and such and such and such. I know this person and I know that person and this person and they in control of this and that. It don't matter, because if in the end it all falls down. Just like Kanye West said, when you're up, it always falls down. This is the energy of give, and I'll give it back to you. Be careful of your decisions, baby, because whatever decisions you make off of, oh, such and such is my best friend, and they got this type of clout, and they could do this for me, and I know them and they can help me, and da da da. Whatever you think you can control, because this person, that person, the person in control, the person who has certain pulls, people who have pull, who can do or make certain choices because of who they are, whatever control they have. You should be very careful with that, because it's all involving your integrity. It's also involving aligned judgment and justice. If it's right, okay. I can see if it's, I can get my friend a job. But when it comes to you doing things for people to get, because you got certain pulls or positions that you have, whatever it is, just because you are in control of certain outcomes does not mean that you go about it to where you cause issues for someone else. Be careful of what you're standing on. Be careful of what choices you're making, because I know that person. The person don't even have no integrity. But you're gun ho about going or helping and protecting someone who is unrighteous, who is unfair, who makes horrible choices. You sitting here like, I can do whatever I want because I have this much clout. It don't matter about that, because in the end it's going to affect your life if you're not in alignment. Anything that is in alignment that is not in alignment will fall. So I don't care who you are. If you're not standing on your position, this goes for everybody. Cops, this goes for judges. This goes for people in the laws. Whoever you are, it will trickle down in your life. I don't care who you are, who you think you represent. If you're not being someone who's honest in your position, and you were sworn into a position to do the right thing, and you sit here and fight for people that are unrighteous, and they're a liar, they're not right, that they get down with the get down, they're scantless. and you choose to go that route, baby, that's going to trickle down in your whole life, because you're going after people that don't deserve to be gone, to be sought after like that. And there will be effects in your life. I don't care how powerful you think you are. It don't matter. That don't matter. This is why you should never this is why you should never praise people like that, because just as well as someone may be empowered, that don't mean that you are any less than that person. Never be afraid to stick up for yourself. Stand up for yourself. Stand your ground. You're literally coming off as a demigod. Okay, demigod may be somebody that is you're under God, you're not God, but you are somebody that has some sort of connection with the Most High, and you walking in your purpose. You're divinely guided to walk in truth. You're walking in truth, and someone's effing with someone who's walking in truth, who's righteous, who's not someone who you cannot be played with when you're in divine alignment. It's just never going to be right for anybody. I don't care how much clout they have. They cannot come for you when you are in alignment with God. God is real, and whoever is lying saying that God ain't real, baby, there will be God will show up in your life to prove to you that God is real. Especially it's God is going to show up, because it's going to show up in a way that you're not even going to realize that certain experiences that you're having in your life is out of alignment, and that's not normally what's supposed to be happening. Something is not natural. Something, how did this happen? Because you were effing with the wrong one. Someone who was truly walking in divine alignment with God. You sat here and stuck your whole foot in someone's life. You sat here and stuck your damn nose in someone else's business, and you thought you were going to get away with it, baby. I'm telling you, it's not going to be right for you. So you're experiencing a lot of chaos in your life, and you wondering why. You wondering why your marriages are not working out. You're wondering why things with your children are not working out. You wondering why. And baby, I'm telling you, you'll figure it out soon. Okay? So with the Queen of Wands and the Death card, is your confidence is transforming. Clarify this yeah. So it's God stepping in. Okay, it's God stepping in. This is God being very effective in everybody's life, no matter if people want it or not. You could be someone who's like, I don't want God in my life, I don't believe in God. Well, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or not, because if you're messing with someone who's divinely guided and connected to the Most High, God is gonna show up in your life whether you like it or not, and it ain't gonna be good for you. Okay, so you playing with the wrong one. Okay, and there has to be judgment. So what I'm seeing here is favorable decisions that could be had for you, collective. Just stand strong in what you're making. There's going to be victory in your life, and it's because of who you are, what you represent. People ain't gonna like it, but who cares about what people like? Because at the end of the day, people are people. People just be people that can, make certain choices that may be a little more you know what I'm saying, like, it's choices, but again, even with the choices that people make, it does affect their life eventually. you know Trust me. You wondering why someone is drinking every day, because they someone cannot live off of the decisions they made. So they have to keep themselves constantly drunk. Someone, that's not life. That's someone being miserable. Because for you to have to drink or have to take some sort of substance in order to survive in life, in order to numb your issues because of what you've done to the collective, or because things in your life may not work out right, but you've gotten what you wanted, you're still not happy in the end. So choices that you make will affect your life, and you think it's a joke. It's not. Be careful what you standing on. Be careful who you're going after, because everybody ain't that. This ain't that. You cannot do this to just anybody. So for you to think that it's okay, it's not. Okay? So you better be careful. because some people be messing with the wrong one, and then they find out later that you're not only hurting yourself, you're hurting your bloodline. You literally, the person that sent someone to jail for how many years for no reason, trust me, that's going to show up in your life somehow, some way. You could play with it if you want. You know what I'm saying? Because people, they don't think before they do things. They just do things because of how they feel. Like, that's messed up that I feel a way about you, so I'm gonna make this decision. Oh, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down for someone who's very toxic, who's controlling, obsessed, and deep down you know someone ain't right, but you're still standing on someone's side who's unrighteous. Like, you know you wrong. And for you to know that, and for you to continue to keep going with that, there will be issues in your life. It's not going to be a joke. And the thing is, the collective has every right to send that energy back. The collective has every right to manifest certain things in your life and to call you under judgment. The collective has every right to do a reversal, whatever. Okay? The collective has every right. Okay? So while you sit here and you think you could just do something to someone because you don't like them or because someone told you something, baby, you better do your research. You better do your research, because you're sitting here making decisions because you don't like somebody, and you're like, oh well, this is my friend, so I'm gonna take up for my friend. I love this person. Who gives a care? Where's your integrity at? This is the problem. Everyone wants to jump on something without gaining the true knowledge of a situation. You jumped on board too quickly. Now your whole life about to mess up. Okay? So you wanted to separate somebody, or you want to cause issues in someone's marriage, or you wanted to cause issues in whatever it is. Now now you're getting a divorce. Now, things in with you and your kids ain't working out. You're messing with someone's kids, or whatever you're doing, that is going to follow you, and you're not going to have no luck. Because the thing is, you accepting offers that may seem like they're, oh well, this is good, I can get this much money to do this, and all I have to do is that. Listen here, the money is not the money. It don't matter if you receiving because money ain't nothing if you're still feeling unfulfilled in the end. If you're still unhappy in the end, but you chose to gain some sort of financial stability so that you could, you know, have money for a quick second or whatever it is, you're still unfulfilled. This is not good. I don't, for me and the collective, we are people that don't want to just take because, oh, well, we'll get this much money. Yeah, but what about the end? I remember years ago, I knew somebody, I had a so-called friend who was into I didn't know what she was doing, but she had mentioned it to me, like, she said, if you cash this check for me, you'll get such and such amount. And I said, well, will I get in trouble? Because I was always a scaredy cat. So I'm like, will I get in trouble? She like, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. That's what she said. If you get in trouble, you get in trouble. And I'm like, what? Like, I said no, But so what I'm trying to say is that there are people. Why did I bring that up? It's because you may gain, but in the end, it's always gonna leave you unfulfilled, because you could be worrying about going to jail or getting caught in the end. It's like a constant obsession of you thinking like, oh, did I made a horrible choice? Like, this can affect me. I mean, if you think about it, I remember I would ride my bike to the gas station when I was a kid. And I didn't ask my mom if I could go. I just did it. And the thing is, when I went to the gas station to buy the Flamin' Hot Cheetos, the pickle, and that big old crybaby bar. They used to have the big old cryberry balls. They don't have them no more. But I would go there and I would get that, and I knew that it could affect me in the end, because if my mom found out that I rode my bike to the store to go get that candy, I could get in trouble somehow, some way. But guess who wouldn't? The cashier don't care about that. The cashier just giving me what I want because they're taking the money. You know, in the end, these are your consequences that you have to pay for. So even though you can say, "Oh, so and so told me to," well, in the end, this is your life. So it will affect you eventually. And you think you can get away with it? You think you can do whatever you want and think that, oh, you can just live your merry life? You can go out to eat and just, oh, well, shoot, like we about to go out tonight. We just got a check. You know, I just won a case, or I just did this, I just did that. Like you're somebody that wants to go celebrate after you done ruined someone's whole life. Like you don't even think about what you've done, but you will today, you will tomorrow, and you're not going to get away with it, because the collective and myself, we're always staying prayed up. We're always praying on you. You're the very person we're praying on, because you want to ruin someone's life for no reason. Your life gonna be ruined. Okay, so it's really best to stop jumping on other people's side without knowing the full story. You know, you're fighting for something. See, the thing is, when you have integrity, you don't take all cases. You don't jump on everybody's side just because you know that person. There has to be a person that says, hey, this doesn't seem right. You know, if you really have a true friend, you know, I've been a friend like that. I've always been a friend to tell my friend, you're wrong, and if I were you, I wouldn't do that. It's not a good idea. You know, I would say stuff like that. There are people who have integrity that will say, you know what, this is, I'm not going to take this. You know, I don't care how much money this involves. I don't care what this is about. This is just not up my alley. You know, I stand for righteousness. Like nowadays, no one stands for nothing nowadays. Everyone just falls by the wayside. You'll make decisions that will cause pain for anybody, and because you gain some sort of financial security from it, you think that, and it ain't even financial security. It will never be financial security. It's just going to be stability for a minute. Because security is the whole package. You know, especially when I'm thinking about divine alignment and righteousness. You know, but you, on the other hand, gaining temporary, it's like a temporary gain that eventually will have you feeling as if you're struggling, you know, mentally, spiritually affected each and every day, waking up in stress and pain because of you wanting to stand 10 toes down for unrighteousness. Somebody who is a liar, and you know they're a liar, and you're still fighting for someone who's a liar, you are going to get it. I promise you. It ain't going to be good for you. And I'm going to make sure of it, baby. You're not about to sit here eating your beans and rice and lobster and think that you're going to just be, you know, laughing with Johnny and Katie and them, and you know you're just experiencing a peaceful life on the beach. Nah, baby, you gonna be stressing on that beach too. You're going to be stressing while eating that food too. You're going to be stressing while you're driving. You're going to be stressing while you at work. It ain't going to be no peace for you. No peace until you walk away from the unrighteous behavior that you're involved in. You literally connected yourself to something that was very toxic, and now you're realizing why your whole life is upside down and will not be coming back up until you realize what you've done. There will not be no justice. There will not be no peace for you. There will not be anything that is satisfying for your life until you get it right. Until you understand that there are certain things that you should not accept until you gain full clarity of the situation. Okay? So you sit here, you want to be on the unrighteous side, baby. You're not going to be doing nothing. You're not going to gain nothing from it. So yeah, this is someone who moves shady for some sort of money. Maybe someone got paid a lot. Someone got paid to do you dirty. You know, clarify more. Yeah, these are people who are wanting to remove themselves from some sort of lies. You know, someone who they well, this did come out in reverse. So maybe there is someone not learning the truth about the money they received. You know, this is all in This is the energy of give and I'll give it back to you. And so when we talk about press down, shake it together, run it over, baby, whatever you put out is what you're getting back. So you put out toxicity, this is what's definitely going to be coming back to you. So you're not going to get away with that. And I know you confused at this time, but trust me, it's showing up, and it will be showing up even harder, because I'm telling you, it ain't gonna be good for you. All right, eight of swords. You're making choices that could cause other people difficulty, stagnation, pain in their lives. Your life is going to be the same way. I don't care how much money you have or how much clout you have. You'll never have no rest, no peace, it will never be good for you. Okay? And I just want to let you know that right now. No one's scared of you. You know what I'm saying? You're uncomfortable. You could be trying to act as if you're okay with certain decisions, but no one cares about who you're friends with. This is unrighteous behavior. The choices you make are going to affect your life. And I'm going to make sure of it, baby, because I'm not letting go of it. I'm not letting go, and the collective ain't neither. We're not letting go until there be justice, until you feel the pain that you've caused. You're jumping on something a little bit too much. You wanting to regulate and say, you know what, yeah, let's go for it. God is like, you need to start thinking better. You need to start gaining insight more. All right. There needs to be a better perspective on how you gain information. Instead of acting as if everything is fine, someone needs to gain more clarity. Like, how dare you make decisions like this? This will all backfire in your life, okay? There will be huge backfires in your life because of how you made choices that were not in alignment with the Most High. And it's not a joke for you, okay? You stepped on the wrong bandwagon. You're riding on the wrong bandwagon, the bandwagon of injustice. So there will be a lot of issues happening in your life that you will be experiencing because of your choices. So then we got parenthood. This is number 37. You could be 37 or you could be 73. Yeah, someone made a poor judgment. Very poor judgment that was very immature, based on ego. This is the problem. When people have egos, it never goes good for you. There would never be you will never gain any type of satisfaction for being in your ego all the time. If you look at what is his name? The Nature Boy. This guy is in jail and he's still not holding himself accountable for any of the things that he's done. Now we clearly seeing what happened. Even in the movie and the recorded videos, you see him on live doing things he had no business doing. And this man, they mostly got proof from the videos that were shown. And this person is still denying a lot of the things that he has played a role in. So with that said, there are people out here who are just narcissists, and it's terrible how there are people who move like that. I was reading Lesson Learned by Janae, and she speaks of someone who has narcissistic narcissism can be a diagnosis, first off. Secondly, there are people who make choices that affect other people, and they don't care. These are people that don't care as long as they're in the right. I mean, as long as things go their way, they don't care who gets knocked down. It could be your own kids, or it could be a whole community. Just as long as someone is gaining a sense of I gotta win at all costs type of energy. They don't care about nobody but themselves. So this is the very person that people could be defending. People could be looking out for. The problem is this person don't give a damn about you. All they care about is winning. So if they care about winning and not you, that means that someone don't care if things interrupt in your personal life. So now that things are out of alignment in your life, this person only cares about winning. So my thing is, what is the purpose of all this anyway? Isn't it going to F you up in the end? Hell yeah. So my thing is, why would you defend or go help someone who is in the wrong, who is not righteous, who's a horrible person, someone who only bases their life on winning at all costs, someone who has ego. They're mad because things aren't going their way. And because they're mad, they want to take you down, or they want to take everyone down with them. And if that includes you, it's just going to include you. So now you're caught in the midst of someone else's emotion. Someone else feels, because someone else feels a way, you're now affected because they done got you involved in their feelings. Oh, because, well, I feel this way, everybody gonna go down with me. Who thinks like that? Someone's just such a narcissist. Your behavior needs to go for some sort of evaluation, because for you to sit here and think that you could just pull anybody down and get away with half of the things that you've gotten away with, it behooves me. It's unsettling, because the thing is, everybody's going down with you. So even if you want to win, you seen what happened to Nature Boy. In the end, he ended up going to jail. So would you be that person to go to jail too for someone who is prideful, who wants to win at all costs, who has an ego, who is obsessed with just wanting to win, someone who has the desire to win? Someone just wants to win so bad. They want to make you feel away. They don't care who they hurt, meaning your friend don't care about you. They don't care about your marriage, your children. They don't care about nothing but winning. This is a person who will bring their whole community down. So you sitting here protecting someone who doesn't give a F about you. How does that feel? You know what I'm saying? Like, I want people that care about me making sure that the decisions that they make involve me to be able to be free mentally. I don't want to be stuck in thinking, hey, maybe I made a bad choice. Like, if you feel that you've made a bad choice, you've made a bad choice. You did. And for you to sit here and act and play on it like, oh, it ain't gonna affect me, it ain't gonna, yeah, it will. I'm telling you, it will. So parenthood, this is personal responsibilities, family responsibilities, discipline, single parent, adaptability, safety, nature, morals, provide, motherhood, childhood, fatherhood, control, support system. Tell me about this, ancestors. What is this? So this is someone who's out of alignment, okay? Five of Pentacles is someone who's unstable, someone who's not doing well internally, emotionally. Someone's jacked up, and it's because they're under judgment. They're under judgment. Tell me more. Yeah, they're under judgment, and it's because their choices, their sneaky behavior has caught up with them, and it's caused their alliances, people that they were working with, are not working with them anymore. There is there is a reversal, karma that is happening. Okay, so this is cause and effect. So someone who was very prideful, set in their egos, set on being sneaky and conniving, set on just kind of, just wanting to look good. Someone who is so caught on their appearances that they're forgetting about internally. First off, how do you lose yourself? You're losing yourself trying to win. You're losing your dignity. You're losing your integrity. All of that is thrown out the window. So even though you are trying your best to look as if you have some sort of control, some sort of oh well, I want to appear as if I am someone who has it all together. But you're going through karma. You're under judgment, and that your life is not aligning with how you want to appear. Your sneaky behavior is backfiring. There will be karma. There are a lot of issues that will be happening in your life. You are exposed and will be getting exposed even more. Okay? So yeah, you're not doing too well. You're out of alignment with yourself. And you're definitely losing your position in life. When it comes to the Six of Wands in a reversal, this is someone who is failing. You know, you're really failing at what you're doing, and you want to be, you want to look like you're someone that you're not. But internally, like, what is it to try to win at all costs but still feel empty inside? That don't make sense. Like, maybe you need to figure out how to align yourself with truth and justice, righteous behavior. You continuously doing this, it's just causing you to be out of alignment with yourself. You're not happy. And you're not going to be happy until you learn that the issue was never anybody else's but yours. You're carrying a huge burden, and it's because you refuse to understand what you're doing and where you're at in your life. Really understand where you are, because you're not doing well, buddy. You are not doing well. You are looking like it, but deep down inside, you know, deep inside, you're not. You're out of alignment. You make horrible decisions, and you're no longer in control anymore. God is telling you to release yourself. Release yourself, because there's a lot of stress that you could be having. And it's dealing with, I'm getting it's dealing with what you've done, what you put out here in the world, okay? Who you become. You're losing control, okay? So Spirit is telling you that you need to detach yourself. This could even be someone going to jail. Okay, so you wanting to win at all costs. You're constant. This is why collective is always good to surrender. It's always good to let go and let God. When you let go and let God, trust and believe me, God will work in your favor. This is what you're set on. That Nine of Pentacles energy is fully satisfied in who you are, because there will be exposure. There will be chaotic experiences happening for people who come and play in your face, play with your life, and think that they can get away with it. There will not be there will be karma. There will be difficult situations happening to people who continue to play with you in your face. Trust me, collective, no one's getting away with what they've done. Okay, so these huge tower moments that are happening is causing people to feel away, and someone's just remembering how easy things were in the past. You know, someone's let's see, yes, let's see. So yeah, I'm seeing here that why is this here? Clarify this. Someone who wants to reconnect with you because they find you to be someone that brought peace to them or something like that. This is someone who's mad about you and your stability. You made it, you're working on yourself. You're someone who's very grounded in who you are. And someone could be feeling away because you're like emotionally developed. When it comes to your emotions, you are someone who's loving, caring. Someone don't like that because you're grounded in who you give that energy to. All right, and they know that that cycle of you giving them a certain emotion that they used to play on is no longer accessible. They can no longer play on your emotions. So this is a person who's trying to figure out what they need to do in order to come back into your good graces. There's no opportunity here. You showed your face, you showed your hands, and you showed your character. No one wants to deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Because you've not healed. You've not done any work on yourself. And you were too caught on winning or trying to gain some sort of, I don't know what you were trying to do. Someone's tried to, whatever they tried to do, it's not working for them. Okay? So tell me more about parent. So this could be a mother or a father. Yeah, so we got the 8 of Wands, the 10 of Swords, and the Death card. So I'm seeing here that this all ended in betrayal. This definitely ended in betrayal. Who is this, ancestors? This is a mother, okay? So it's dealing with the way you thought. You're free, okay? You're free. You could be an earth sign woman, someone who's satisfied in your choices. The work you've done is going to lead you into expansion, okay? It's going to lead you into happiness, and maybe someone could be feeling left out about this. Okay, so there's clarity on some sort of decision that left you in the cold. Tell me more. Yeah, so we got the King of Pentacles. This Queen of Pentacles is in reversal. Someone who made choices out of self. Someone who's very selfish in how they made choices. Someone only thought about themselves. Yeah, this is a person who wanted to be in some sort of control. Someone who based control off of how they appear. Like someone wants to have some sort of status, some sort of they want to be recognized as someone who is look someone wants to be looked at as someone who has, I don't know, like status or something. Yeah, that's the truth. Someone wants to look like they have it all together. They want control. They're selfish. Tell me about this person. Yeah, with the five of wands and the three of cups is a bunch of people who could be connected to this situation who want to win at all costs. These are people who what are they doing? These are people who know that they need to balance things out and they're unsure of how to do it. Okay? It's because someone has to give up on how they've been doing things. Okay? This is someone who could be giving up on how they gone about how they've been doing things. This is a person who's not a good person. All right? And they're trying to figure out how to make something better, how to make a decision better. Someone's stressing. It's a lot of stress this person is having because they have to make a choice. And this is a person that knows that whatever they do is someone who's scared to make a choice because they're scared that this is going to affect them in the end. Someone's aware that the choice they make it will affect them in the end. Okay? So tell me about this, ancestors. Tell me about this. Yeah, so this is the person who wants to blame other people. Tell me more. They don't want to hold themselves accountable. I accept responsibility for my well-being. Yeah, this is somebody who's stressing over decisions they made and they know that they no longer can make these decisions anymore. Someone has to be honest with themselves and honest with others. This is a person that thought that they can get away with a lie and they're realizing that the lie that they've done is only caught up with them and they did it for selfish reasons. So this is a person who wanted to make you look like you were crazy maybe, or make you look bad. Whatever this is that someone tried to do to you, collective, they're realizing that there is truth that has to be revealed. Okay, someone's in big trouble and they know it. Everything that they did to you, collective, is going to backfire. Okay, especially because you're in divine alignment. When you are someone who's serious about your purpose and your path, you have nothing to worry about. Okay, spirit is like, continue to grow. All right, continue to do your best in developing, and just know that because you've grown, because you connected to your higher self, because you become a demigod, you are someone who has conscious awareness. You are conscious, you are aware of your choices, and you're aware of who's getting in here and who's getting in here. This is not easily accessible for the collective anymore. You're no longer able to get into the collective's heart anymore. So it's because we grew, collective. So it says, I want to expand my consciousness and my awareness. This is something that you've done or you are doing. This is something that a lot of people need to start doing. So spirit is telling you that you should not be, someone's feeling depleted from the deception, from their deception. Okay, so they just not doing good because everything that they did to you, collective, is backfiring. Someone's not going to get away with what they've done. You cannot get away with causing pain to somebody and you think you could just live freely after that. No, baby, you gonna be stressed. There's gonna be a lot of issues. You don't see it happen to people. I mean, just watch the news. I try not to watch the news, but I hear about it all the time. I'm thinking about the situation that happened with Royce, the girl from Basketball Wives, and how she was I can't remember exactly what she was going through, but they were trying to paint her out as someone who is horrible, and in the end, the wife and the husband, they end up going through the wife ended up going through a lot because of the husband beating her, something like, not beating Royce. but beating the wife, his new wife. And she got on the internet exposing him, showing videos and things of that nature. And I was invested in that story. It was years ago. I was invested in that story. And I just knew like there was always gonna be some sort of karma. And just to come to find out, I mean, I won't say karma, but what happened in the end was his own wife exposing him for who he was. So no one gets away with nothing nowadays. They never do. It always backfires. It always backfires. And there are people who mad about that. You can't get away with causing pain to someone who's innocent, someone who's not done anything to you. Oh, I don't like him or I don't like her. So because you don't like him or her, you think that, or because you're friends with someone, oh, well, we could do this to this person because I know this person and I know that person. In these times, people need to be very careful about what you're choosing to jump on, what side you're choosing. Be careful, because it never works out for you in the end. You get mad for saying, I don't even know why I got in the middle of that. That wasn't even my business. I got so riled up in someone else's own experiences, their own life. Like, this is their life. Why am I so invested in someone else's life? Why are you so angry or gun-ho in someone else's life? Do you not know that you are going to be brought down in that too? Especially if the person is not in the right. That don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, let me get some water. One moment. Someone's so invested, or was so invested, it seems like someone's so invested in you, collective, because of what someone else told them. Someone did not have the full truth and jumped on something because they were mad about things that someone said that were not true. So we got this fire sign man who's very angry, someone who's experiencing anger issues, internal anger issues. Tell me about this energy here. Yeah, this person, they're upset. Okay. So it's giving me that this is a person who's feeling insecure about what they're going through. Let's see. What is this energy? The Eight of Swords reverse, Empress reverse, the Emperor with the Hierophant. Clarify this, ancestors. Six of Pentacles, the Six of Cups, the Queen of Wands, the High Priestess, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Nine of Wands with the Devil, and the Queen of Cups, the King of Swords. This is a bunch of people that are involved that are, oh yeah, we got the Seven of Cups, no, King of Swords, Seven of Cups, Chariot, Two of Cups, and the World card. It looked like people that find it to be a toxic situation that they want to not be involved in. People feel like they've chosen. So it says the energy feels like a whole network of people tied together through history, control, appearance, favors, emotional attachments, and hidden motives. It does not feel like just one person. It feels like layered, almost like multiple personalities orbiting around the same situation while trying to maintain control of the narrative. So Eight of Swords reverse opening this spread feels like truths coming out of mental fog and lifting. Somebody is starting to see things clearly now, and somebody could also be trying to free themselves from manipulation, fear, gossip, pressure, psychological games. But right beside the Empress reverse Woo, that gives distorted feminine energy around the situation. This is someone who's very jealous, insecure, misuses their power, fake nurturing, competition, controlling behavior, or people threatened by someone else's growth and glow. Motherhood, energy, beauty, abundance, or influence. So then the Emperor Hierophant clarified as ancestors is big authority energy. This feels spiritual and institutional at the same time. Could be family, it could be your elders, tradition, this could be anything collective, masculine authority, spiritual oversight, or just karmic lessons and repeating the through generations. So I didn't say ancestors, but this could very well be that. I'm seeing that also, like old cycles, bloodline patterns. So this is affecting other people's life. Okay, this is serious. People jumped on something that was not supposed to. This was not supposed to go that way. And you know the craziest thing. Let me do this again. Eight of Swords reverse, Empress, Emperor, Hierophant, Six of Cups, Six of Pentacles, High Priestess, King of Swords, Seven of Cups, Queen of Wands, Two of Cups, and the World card with the Chariot in the World card, Nine of Wands. So definitely seems like people who had a connection from the past, people who clicked up because of who they knew. Yeah, so it's a network of people. So these are people that know each other, people exchanging information, resources, or people helping each other based on familiarity. So these are people. So the Emperor Hierophant is together makes this feel organized or structured too. That combination is not casual energy. It can be a point, can be it can wait energy. It can point towards systems, organizations. Okay, so there's things that are unspoken, hidden, but the issue is people are gaining clarity. You know, that's the thing. People silently aware of more than what they are saying and what they want to admit to. Okay, so um their intuition is telling them a deeper layer underneath appearances. Feels like somebody trying to sort through confusion, like lies and gossip, mixed stories, manipulative narratives. One side wants logic and facts, while the environment around them feels clouded by illusions, assumptions, and emotional distortion. Um, so this is about social chemistry, alliances, attraction, charisma, or people gravitating towards one another through shared interests or mutual benefit. It can definitely give cliquish energy. Like certain people bonded quickly because they had common goals, shared opinions, mutual dislike of someone, attraction, or influence. And this is exactly what I was telling y'all. So, or benefited socially, emotionally, even financially is what I'm getting as well, by sticking together. So the Chariot would say movement is happening regardless. Cycles are closing, things are advancing towards an outcome, whether people like it or not. The world is major completion, energy, truth surfacing, karmic cycles ending, and chapters closing. But the Nine of Wands lingering there says somebody is still defensive, tense, watching, or trying to protect themselves because they know things are shifting. It feels like the energy of we held this together for a while, but it may not stay controlled forever. So the Eight of Swords reverse at the beginning is important too, because it says mental restriction is breaking. Somebody is seeing through the fog now and seeing connections more clearly, seeing who was aligned and um who was aligned with who and why. So yes, this absolutely looks like interconnected people, past ties, alliances, and mutual involvement rather than isolation, individuals acting separately. Collective, do you know that you could sue on a lot of things? You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine somebody connecting someone who has control over certain decisions, who were already connected to people that they were not supposed to be connected to? These people who made decisions, this is the truth, okay? So someone who was inspired to make, someone who's, first off, they were not inspired. This is a person that did not want to, did not feel inspired to take certain actions. They know that there's judgment happening, okay? And with the Ten of Swords is someone who's losing it, someone who's very impulsive, overthinking. You know, someone's crashing out, child. There's fast movement happening with this person, and it's because of what they've gotten tied to. So someone's trying to be emotionally calm while looking at certain choices they were invested in. They're looking at it like, this ain't worth it. So another thing is, you know, can you imagine being in a room where everyone knew each other already and people were playing the game as if no one knew each other? People knew how certain things were going to play out because they knew each other, and there was already a hidden agenda when it came, a hidden agenda when it came to you. Okay, so these are people who wanted to control certain outcomes, but that, you know, now there is a huge shift that's happening where there could be exposure for these people. You know, there's someone who's still wanting to hold on to some sort of control. Yeah, but they don't know how. You know what I'm saying? Someone feels that they made a decision that was horrible. Okay? And they just want to walk away from it now. Someone could be isolating themselves because someone could get in trouble. I don't know what this is involving, but there could be huge consequences for someone's action. You know, someone who wanted to cause pain for you, who jumped on the wrong bandwagon, child. You know, the thing is, this is not good. You know, you cannot win if you're not right within, and there will be judgment happening regardless of if you can see it or not. Collective, you know, you may not know everything, but there will be consequences. It's heartbreaking. So we got legacy here. So let's clarify legacy. Clarify legacy. All right. So legacy is clarified by the Eight of Cups reverse and the Hierophant. Clarify legacy. The so This is a backfire, okay? So we're talking about confidence, legacy, class, strong-mindedness, self-love, empowerment. Tell me about legacy. What is this? What is this? What it is a system having to stand on truth even though they're not feeling good about it. This is a system that knows that things are going to be backfiring in their life if they do not do the right thing, because when it comes to legacy, it's about class. It's about how you handle certain choices. You know, someone who could be in authority, who is very educated on certain you know, with the Hierophant, that's representing lessons, education. It represents knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And so someone who could be empowered, who can be in empowerment or empowered rather. um Clarify more about this legacy. So this is tell me more about legacy. This is someone who is knowing that their decisions are going to backfire. So things for this person, even though someone's trying to save face, they recognize that they don't have they don't have the same structure as they once did. Okay, so with the Ten of Cups in the reversal, is someone who knows that when it comes to legacy, legacy is about self-control. It's about how things should be. It deals with self-love, class, mindfulness, what is it? Strong-mindedness, self-love, empowerment, character. So yeah, legacy, it doesn't necessarily have to be financial stability. This could just be someone who needs to go back to those practices. On the back, we have elder. And this is someone who knows better, who's made choices that were not aligned with legacy. This is someone who needs to unlearn, to relearn, someone who may have too much power and has abused their power and could be going through major backfire because of what they aligned themselves with. Someone that knows that what they're a part of is not anything of legacy, or what someone is a part of. I'm sorry, someone that realizes that what they are a part of with is not in alignment with legacy. So when we think of someone who is, when you gain legacy, usually it's people who work really hard to get to where they are. This is someone who's actually done the work. So this person here may have done the work, but let's just say when you are in certain positions, you think that now that you have gained some sort of clout that you can do whatever you want. And this is not the case anymore. So have you ever been on a job where you're very comfortable because pretty much you've built yourself into a position where you can kind of leave when you want, or you could be, they're like, it's like a certain type of trust that people have for you. People trust you in a certain position because you've been there for a long time. So you built some sort of character where you were put in a position to be able to make certain decisions that normally a new person that's just started work cannot make. So you could leave, like, yeah, I'm about to leave my job, I'm about to go get me something to eat and I'll be right back. Or you could have certain you can have certain you cool with your boss because you and your boss, they know each other, y'all know each other. So you'll tell your boss, hey, I gotta go pick my kids up, do you mind, da 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 da. And the boss is like, yeah, I don't mind, because you guys have, there's, trust there, whatever the case is. It's someone who can be very comfortable on their job because they've been there for a long time. Someone who's, they know the ins and out of everything. This is someone who's built a specific position in their lives where they have a certain type of standard that they, even though they have pulls, they can do certain things that are maybe maybe a certain employee may not be able to do. Like, this person can do it because they've been there for a long time, or they gained some sort of, or let me just give you an example. So I would say the way my lawyer handled things when it came to my mom's home, we only had one trial. It was kind of like everyone got to put their hands, everyone who was in some sort of authority got to put their hands in my mom's money, or because they had certain pools, you know what I'm saying? So people could do whatever they want to do. The way it ended, I just don't feel that it was fair. I feel like every lawyer should get a certain amount, but somebody, they took a whole lot. So it's just like someone who because they know their position so well. This is someone who could feel like they could do whatever they want, you know. So they could pull certain strings, they could write, they can document certain paperwork, or someone can lie a lot on their job because of how long they've been there and what they know and who they know, and whatever the case is, like someone can do whatever they want to do. But the problem is, there could have been something that was done for so long that it's causing issues in a certain environment where it's affecting the legacy. So something that's supposed to be built on honesty is not. All right. So it's causing a trickle effect in someone's own home as well. So certain decisions that someone made that could be empowered is being affected by their choices. If it's not showing up now, it will be. Okay? So tell me more. Yeah, so the issue is the sneaky behavior, the constant behavior that someone uh is doing. They're aware that there is justice and alignment that has to happen. So, with the temperance, it's balance that has to happen in a specific organization, community, whatever this is. So, it's someone who's disrespected the legacy. A legacy that was supposed to be built on truth is now someone who caused a lot of issues because of what they knew, who they were connected to. Oh, I can do this because I know such and such, and da da da. Whatever the case is, someone cannot walk away from the consequences they're going to be receiving, because there has to be alignment and justice. Okay. So yeah, this is someone who is going to be going through a lot. So let's see. I just want to gain clarity. So I got the legacy card in the Our World Today daily guidance deck by Tyresha Brown. And then I got Eight of Cups, the Hierophant, Six of Pentacles, the King of Cups, the Karma Returned, Seven of Swords reverse, Five of Cups, Eight of Wands, the Wheel of Fortune, the Magician, the Tower, the Emperor, Ten of Cups reverse, Three of Swords, and the Seven of Swords with the Justice and the Temperance. I think I said Temperance already. But what I'm getting here is that something that's supposed to be built on legacy was not done right. And so there could be someone paying for their actions of getting involved in some sort of toxicity, some lies are being exposed. Things are not going to be working out for this person is what I'm getting. Yeah, someone who's mishandled their position, they're not gonna be good. So it says that the world card. Did I get world? I don't think I got the world card. I didn't get the world card. I got Eight of Cups reverse, the Hierophant, the Six of Pentacles, the King of Cups, Wheel of Fortune, Karma Return, Seven of Swords reverse, Five of Cups, Eight of Wands, the Temperance, Magician, Tower, Emperor, Seven of Swords, Three of Swords, Ten of Cups reverse, the Justice, and the Legacy card out of this Oracle deck. Isn't this someone who's having to pay for the consequences of their actions? Someone who abused power? There could be truth unfolding. Yeah, so the spread strongly leans towards consequences, accountability, and the collapse of something that was not emotionally or morally aligned. So the Ace of Cups reverse opening the spread already tells me the emotional foundation is off. That can point to emotional manipulation, blocked love, support, resentment, selfishness, emotional behavior, drained relationships, or somebody operating without genuine emotion and integrity. Then the Hierophant Six of Pentacles connected to systems, fairness, institutions, authority, morality, or unequal exchanges. It can absolutely point towards power imbalance, especially situations where someone may have expected loyalty, access, protection, and control because of the position, connected connections or influence that they have. So the King of Cups here feels like someone trying to maintain emotional composure outwardly, but the surrounding card says deeper consequences are brewing underneath. And Seven of Swords reverse is very loud, it's very telling collective because there is karma happening. Okay, that combination is saying that their deception is being exposed, lies is unraveling, sneaky behavior is returning to the source, consequences cycling backwards, back around, and truth is surfacing over time. Seven of Swords reverse especially feels like hidden motives becoming visible, failed manipulation, consequences, exposure, or somebody longer being able to no longer being able to outrun what they did. So then the Five of Cups shows regret and emotional loss. Somebody grieving outcomes, realizing that damage was done, or emotionally sitting in disappointment because things are not unfolding in their favor anymore. So there is temperance, balance having to happen, and it's because is things are at a turning point right now, collective. Almost like after chaos and exposure, there is a chance for a new direction, spiritual correction, or restoration of balance. Temperance is not reckless punishment energy, it is divine recalibration. Things evening out in proper timing. So now the magician is power. That's where the abuse of power interpretation becomes very strong, because the magician in shadow can absolutely point towards manipulation, influence tactics, strategic behavior, narrative control, or trying to engineer outcomes. Then the tower comes in and tears unstable structures down. And with the emperor there, this can absolutely connect to authority figures, leadership, control dynamics, patriarchal structures. So, or someone who thought they were untouchable. So the Seven of Swords. So what is happening in reverse is betrayal, fallout, emotional damage, broken trust, family, community instability, long-term emotional consequences. Something that was supposed to represent harmony, legacy, emotional security becomes fractured through deception and pain. So just as at the end is the final balancing card. That card does not usually care about emotional excuses. It's cause and effect, accountability, truth, consequences, and fairness being restored, collective. And the legacy card sitting on top of all this is because now it's not just about temporary drama. It's because long-term consequences, reputation, generational impact, what people leave behind, how actions affect families and systems, and what survives after the truth becomes out. So, yes, so they're saying my interpretation was right, collective. Absolutely reads like that. So someone facing complication is facing consequences of manipulation or misuse of power, hidden truths surfacing, karmic cycles turning, emotional fallout unfolding, and unstable foundations collapsing over time. The overall energy feels less like random chaos and more like the bill coming due after choices that created imbalance. Collective is not a joke, okay? Playing with you is not a joke. And people, they don't know who they messing with until it's too late. And so it is too late for a lot of these people, collective, who keep playing in your face. The problem is you never have to defend yourself because God speaks for you. Okay? God is your judge. No matter what, collective, people should be very, very intimidated, very, very scared to make choices that affect your life in a bad way, because just as sure as someone may want it out for you, like I told you, the man in the car, the Uber driver, he was cold. He was very cold because he said it was -6 degrees that day. He said he was willing to freeze in order to make him feel uncomfortable. These are these type of people, collective, based on ego. This is someone who would cause for a whole legacy to fall. Like, this doesn't just affect this person. This person is not don't care about other people, even though they supposedly have friends and stuff like that who are in high places. They're not cool. Anybody that will put your job at risk or your life at risk because they're hateful, they're mad, they want to win because things aren't going their way. This is a person that don't give two shits about you. And someone's recognizing that, even though there may be some sort of love there, in the end, someone's only goal is to win. And if they have to use you in order to do it, they gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? This is why you got to be careful of what you're choosing to be a part of, because you're going to feel betrayed in the end. You're going to be mad in the end. So, you know them situations where you could be mad at your friend because you like, dang, like I was taking up for you. I had your back. Um, I was rooting for you. I was rooting for you in my Tyra Banks voice. Someone was rooting for somebody. Someone was like, yeah, we gonna do it. We gonna do this. But the thing is, you jumped on too fast, baby girl, baby boy, whoever you are. You jumped on someone's side too fast. And now that you've jumped on someone's side too fast, now you could be affected by the choices that you made in regards to that person's life. Okay? So be careful, because someone's heartbroken. There could be a relationship that is built on, like, someone wants to really, really balance things out. Like, someone could be coming to you communicating. They want to communicate. They want to heal what they could be. Someone could be very, very hurt about a relationship. Tell me more about this. Yeah, this is a person that wants to reconnect with you. Tell me more. This is a person that sees now. They want to heal a connection with you. This is a person that's been thinking about this, or this could be someone who's like isolated watching videos or gaining some sort of introspection. This is a person that wants to reach out. Yeah, they see you winning. They see you they're feeling irritated by you because someone don't like how you're being looked at. And they want to get they want to have some sort of connection with you, but this is a person that's not sure. They're in their ego, and they're upset because even though they want to control how things look, then this is someone who's fighting behind control issues that always is going to lead into justice. There's always going to be alignment when it comes to fairness, collective, when it comes to you. Someone who don't want things to like work out for you is struggling to see that things are actually going to work out for you in the end. Okay, you could be an earth sign woman. Yeah, so this is someone who's fixed on wanting to have some sort of connection with you, but they're toxic as hell. Someone's obsessed with wanting to have some sort of opportunity to manifest fairness with you, justice, you know. Tell me more. Yeah, they're uncomfortable with this here. Someone's trying to be confident in who they are. But I feel like with the Four of Cups, you're like not wanting to be bothered with this person. Yeah, someone sees some sort of peace with you. Someone wants a connection with you. They're thinking about it constantly. All right, so tell me more. Queen of Swords is um maybe you've been through a lot. You know, you've gotten shocking. You clarify the Ace of Cups. It's giving me that you're unsure about this connection here. And so maybe you're choosing yourself in the end. You know, someone wants you to like make a choice. Someone could be wanting to reach out to you, or they want to be connected to you. Okay? They want to heal. They've been caught on, like, they really been praying on how to make things better with you, with the Nine of Swords and the Judgment. Someone could be praying about this. Someone could be feeling under judgment or feeling guilty for things that they've done as well. You know, this is someone who wants to control a relationship or wants to reconnect with you. It could also, I'm also getting that you could be someone who withdraws from, you could have withdrawn from someone who wants to connect with you. Okay, ancestors, tell me about Yogi. This is number 6. You could have a 6-year-old. So this is enlightenment. So alignment, spiritual practices, reflexes, joining, uniting. Clarify Yogi. So yeah, someone is getting it, having enlightenment at this time, and they're not feeling too good right now. They're feeling bad for what they did. This could be an earth sign man or woman with the 8 of Swords. Someone's uncomfortable with choices that they made. Someone who made a decision that they're very uncomfortable with, and they could be what, they got clarity. You know, this is a person who got clarity and they're shocked about the clarity they got. And so with the Ace of Cups is um someone who's having some sort of emotion. Someone who's they're not feeling too good about a choice that they chose. Clarify this. It's clarify the Ace of Cups. Why the Ace of Cups here? It's someone who wants to feel the need to balance something out, make something better. Tell me more. Yeah, they want to make something better. They want to reunite, or they want to make things better. Okay. Yeah. So this is a person who could be stressing. Um, because they know they're under judgment. Someone who feels that they didn't judge the situation fairly, you know? So they feel bad for their choice. Tell me more, ancestors. Tell me more. 4 of Pentacles is someone who could be heartbroken because they are hurt because of something that could be over. What is this about? King of Pentacles, the 5 of Pentacles, the Hierophant, Ace of Swords, 9 of Cups, Queen of Pentacles. Everything is fine. Reverse. The World card. well, before that is the Queen of Swords, the Ace of Cups, the Tower, the Temperance, the Empress, the Four of Wands, the Two of Pentacles, the Nine of Swords, Judgment, Four of Pentacles, and the Three of Swords with the Eight of Swords, and then the World card. Shoot, I messed up. What's going on here? So we got the King of Pentacles, Five of Pentacles, Hierophant, Ace of Sword, Nine of Cups, Queen of Pentacles. Everything is fine. Reverse. Queen of Swords, Ace of Cups, the Tower, Temperance, Empress, Four of Wands, Two of Pentacles, Nine of Swords, the Judgment, Three of Swords, Eight of Swords, Four of Pentacles, and the World. What this got to do with? Someone feels that they made a bad choice, okay? So this is dealing with instability and secrets or bad decisions. Yeah. Colliding with a major awakening and reality check. So someone's gaining understanding of a situation. They're not feeling good about their decision collective. So the spread honestly feels like multiple people tied into the same situation, especially around stability, control, emotional fallout, and karmic closure. So someone who values status, security, and control, money, reputation, or stability, but also energy of loss, exclusion, hardship, fear, or being spiritually, emotionally left out. That can absolutely feel like somebody afraid of losing their position, financial, emotional instability, being this behind the scenes, or someone outwardly established but internally struggling. There's someone who's avoiding structure, avoidance inside a structured situation. Somebody not wanting to see the truth, in, institution systems, trading commitments, or authority structures being involved, while someone stays emotionally blocked, indecisive, or intentionally blinded to what's happening. This gives comfort zone energy. Someone wanting things their way, wanting security, wanting emotional satisfaction, wanting things to remain beneficial to them. But then everything is fine. Reverse says the mask is slipping. Somebody can't pretend anymore that things are okay. And the truth emotion collide. So honest communication, clarity, emotional truth starts cutting through confusion. And this is about not sugarcoating anything anymore. She she sees patterns clearly. Okay, so someone's seeing patterns clearly. They're not able to sugarcoat things anymore. They see the truth. Then the Tower comes in, that changes everything. This is saying that what was unstable is collapsing, and but the collapse is part of the larger balancing process. Temperance is divine correction energy. So it doesn't feel random. It feels like this had to happen because things were out of alignment. Then the Empress found Four of Wands feels like the inner with the emergence of real stability, protection, growth, home, energy, abundance, or emotional grounding after chaos. This is the strongest stable energy in the whole spread. Um, then we got the Nine of Swords. Says somebody is struggling mentally, trying to juggle consequences, pressure, decisions, appearances, or emotional overwhelm. Anxiety, sleepless nights, panic, trying to maintain control while things shift underneath them. Um, karmic awakening through pain, truth being realized, emotional consequences, accountability, something being impossible to ignore anymore. And this feels like somebody mentally trapped while still trying to hold on to tightly to control, narrative status, relationships, money, or emotional security. It's like I know things are changing, but I don't want to let go. But the issue is collective. They gonna have to. It's not up to them. This person, they're going to, if they don't learn how to let it go, there are going to be major consequences for this person. Okay, so don't even worry. And the ending on the world confirms this is about a major cycle completing. That card is not small energy, it's closure, ending, karmic completion, revelations, and moving into a new phase. So when you ask what does that have to do with it, this spread feels connected to the bigger theme you've been pulling repeatedly: unstable foundations, consequences, emotional truth surfacing, power control dynamics, multiple people tied into same cycles, and karmic closure. So Worlds Together especially says something cannot continue the way it has been, and the cycle is ending, whether people like it or not. And the problem is that collective, you stay 10 toes down for yourself, and because of you staying grounded in who you are, there is major backfires because you can't be penetrated. You're protected. Your strength comes from the Most High. It doesn't come from yourself. There are people who have a problem with you because their strength came from their ego. It's a huge difference to have ego and have confidence in God. When you have ego issues, that means that you're weak. You're weak, and you never gonna win like that because there's always gonna have to be alignment, whether someone likes it or not. Someone don't know how to they don't know how to move off of integrity. And when you don't move with integrity, things happen in your life unexpectedly that you really don't understand. There will be consequences for your actions. And even if you don't like what I'm saying, it doesn't matter what you don't like. It's just what's going to happen to you. And it's because you refuse to learn the lesson. But there is enlightenment happening collective. Even if it's universal, even if it's with God, because we put so much hope in men, or there are people who put so much hope in men, this is what gets people set off track, because allow men to we invest all of our hope in people that really don't really know what they're doing. They look like it though. They look like it. And it could even be because of how many degrees they have. But honestly, if you've not done internal work, if you are not in alignment with God, if you're not walking in divine alignment, if you don't have a connection with the Most High, your life is never going to be how you may want it. The issue is a lot of people pretend. There are a lot of people pretending to be someone that they're not, which is causing you to be out of alignment with yourself. You cannot go against someone. No one cares. Did you hear about David and how David beat many giants up with the strength of God? You cannot go against somebody who is in alignment with God. I don't care how many flaws you may have collective. When you stand in your truth, you're always going to win. Okay? And it's because you're not doing it for you. You doing it for God. Everything has a purpose in your life because you have purpose through God. There are people who have purpose through ego. It's because people want to present themselves as someone who's, I'm this and I am that and I am the executive or and I'm CEO or whatever. Like that don't matter, especially if it's not in alignment. I heard someone speak so toxically today. It was like this person, when people open their mouths, you recognize who they are and what they stand for. Like all I could hear is someone calling someone a bitch over and over again. And it was just like, dang, like You have no type of integrity to sit here and call a woman out of her name. Like, you sit here and you just, I don't know, like, someone, the way that someone was talking, it was so, I don't know, it really made my stomach hurt. Like, I was just like, ugh, like, I don't know. It be people like that though that will come for you, and they be all out of pocket, all out of alignment. It's like, okay, you made your point, but when you constantly try to make your point, it starts to look a little like you a hater. You know what I'm saying? So there are some people who want to make a point, but they get out of hand with it. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, collective, but this man, he was literally calling a woman a B word. Every word that he said, and there are women laughing at it too, like it was funny. And it's disgusting to me, because that's how you talk on a daily basis. Like, your mouth is so reckless, and I be trying to figure out, how do people get so far in that type of, with that type of negative attention, that they, someone thinks that they're funny, but honestly, you sound so horrible. You're a horrible person. Horrible person. Someone's just so toxic. It's disgusting to me. Disgusting. This man, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm not gonna say your name, but you know who you are. And you ain't gonna have no luck for speaking about women the way you were, or just speaking about a woman the way you were. Because it just shows you who you are in the end. Like, ugh, like, it was just so disgusting. And I mean, honestly, it started to sound like jealousy. Like, I see a lot of men now speaking on women, old men too. Like, someone was speaking on the boxer, uh, Clarissa Shields, and the way he was speaking on her, you could tell that he was jealous. It's just like, some of these men, they be so jealous of women nowadays, and you're picking on someone that's way, like, this girl could be your daughter, and the way you're talking about her, it's so disgusting. But you could usually call people out who just say whatever they want to say out their mouth. Like, people nowadays, they don't think before they speak. They just run their mouth, and it's so toxic. And the issue is, that stuff follows you. So I don't know. It's just, the way people act just to make a point nowadays, it becomes a little, it starts to look like jealousy. Like, some of these men, they be jealous of women, real jealous of women. And it's because the thing is, all that was not called for. And for, it ain't my type of place, but for me, collective, let's just say you are, someone who's professional, who went out and had fun at a bar, or you went to the strip club or something. There there comes a time where you do have to be professional, but you can have fun too. I don't feel like there's nothing wrong with enjoying your life. You went to school, you had fun. Now, I could see if you went back to work, like, let's just say you do surgery or something, you work on people's bodies. Like, I seen a video where this woman, she was a neurologist or something like that, a neurologist surgeon, or I don't know what she was, but she was in, no, she did, she basically gave people BBLs or something like that. Is it BBLs? Anyway, she was in the surgery room playing music and rapping over somebody while she was giving surgery to them. Now, that's different. That's different. Now, if she would have did something at home and was being silly, that wouldn't have made a big difference. But her being at work doing that and doing surgery on someone, that's huge. But let's just say you're someone who is on a you have a certain type of professional career, and you're out having fun, you're dancing, enjoying yourself. You do have to be careful about that. But if you just having fun and you enjoying yourself, I don't feel there's nothing wrong with that. People be too uptight nowadays. It's not like you're gonna go to work having fun like that. You're going out enjoying life. Someone's too caught. Like, I just see someone being a hater. Someone's constantly just jealous of somebody's, just constantly picking on somebody because they don't have what they have, or someone don't want you to be where you should be in your life. So they want to come and tear what you built down. And honestly, like, when I think of, I just have my own perspective about things. When I think about Dr. Umar, even though Dr. Umar ain't a doctor, a real doctor, y'all still call Dr. Umar a doctor. But why is it that, well, I see the difference, but I don't know. I don't want to say any names, but y'all didn't really get on Dr. Umar like y'all did on other people. Everybody in third parties are jealous of also my ex soulmate twin. And for a reason, always good men. Always fight for people that can't fight back for them. Self fight for good. Right. Integrity and ego's impact on actions. Share your thoughts. Oh, yeah. But anyway, I just feel like some people be hating so hard on others for their success and what they've gained. And then it be the pot calling the kettle black. So let's just say someone may not have their degree, but someone's on their platform speaking about, oh, my husband this, my husband that. But you lying about a husband because let's just say I don't know. Like, someone would sit here and lie on their platform talking about, oh, what they have and what but the thing is, they're sitting here calling out somebody else and their relationship, or they're this, they're that, what they don't have. But the very thing that you're bragging about on your channel, trying to make someone feel a way or something like that, you don't have. I would never want to be that person to be bragging about something that I don't have, trying to make someone else feel bad for not having it. But really, when you get off the live, you have to go back to your reality. You have to realize that you really don't have what you're claiming you have. That's a sad life to live. This is people who want to point at you for you may be lying about something, but the very thing that you may have lied about, somebody's still lying about on their platform. Someone's lying on their platform saying they got something that they don't have. It's sad. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what that got to do with anything, but enlightenment is people gaining enlightenment on the truth. Someone has to definitely gain understanding about what they've gotten themselves into. So we got intellectual, clarify intellectual, justice. Someone's like, yeah, something ain't right. Things have to be fair. Okay. So there will be fairness happening. You'll be hearing some messages soon, collective. And someone knows that they have to stand up for truth. All right. So these are people who want to work with you secretly. They could be watching you, feeling shocked, feeling hurt, feeling exposed, feeling called out. People feel uncomfortable about, maybe what I'm saying or something like that. These are people that know that their consistency, like clarify the sun. There happen to, there is a lot of consistency here when it comes to you, collective, and who you are as an individual, who you are when it comes to what you stand for. Someone's definitely knowing the truth about you, and no one can make that shit up. All right. So even if you lie about it, you know that you cannot, you can't make, you can't lie. You're someone's very aware of who you are, collective. Okay. Even if they try to fake that you're not, even if they try to act like you're not. So it's like, make it make sense. Rationality, logic, critical thinking, brain power, mentality, thoughts, mindfulness, thoughts, senses, decisions, making, intelligence, calculated moves, intellect, conversing, mastermind, thinker, psychological effects, deep thinker, visualization, judgment, head, reasoning, and wizard. So yeah, what I'm seeing here is your constant you being consistent in your life as a person, collective, is people gaining clarity. They have a lot of insight on you and what you represent. And people do recognize that you cannot come after people for no reason and think that God is not going to deal with that ass, especially people like yourself, collective. So there is there's true awareness that people are struggling to deal with when it comes to you, collective. There cannot be interference in who in your life the way that someone may want. There will be balance and justice. So what I'm seeing here is that whatever control or manipulation tactics that were happening, collective, especially when it came to your home, your housing, your stability, that excuse my language, that's gonna backfire. All right. Someone's gonna go through major backfires for messing with you. It's not good to mess with you, collective. Someone's highly aware of that. They gain insight. And they know that there has to be balance in the end. Okay? So yeah, these are people that recognize that there has to be fairness here. They're shocked at how things have gone, and they could be heartbroken because of their because someone this water sign, or this could be anybody, still what they doing. What they doing? Someone's very, very apprehensive of choices that they are going to be making or will be making. Someone knows that they cannot mess with you like they really want to. Okay? And it's because God is like right here. So it's like, ha ha, you can't touch me. Da, 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 da. Can't touch this. Da, 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 da. My. Okay? So God is like, my. The issue is, collective, when you are protected, baby, there are certain people that can come for you. Yes, karma really is a effing B. Really, big time karma. Really don't around karma is in my spirit bloodline. Period. JRY2G. Yeah, there's definitely karma happening, and people being very afraid. Be very afraid of continuing on with this toxicity, collective. They know that messing with you is not a good idea. People are fully aware of who you are, what you represent, and what you are connected to. And even though people want to play with it, people very, very nervous. Even though they want to, they know back in the back of their mind that messing with you is really not a good idea. All right. And they're a little iffy. They don't know what they want to play with it or not. But I just heard, touch not my anointed. So when people mess with you, collective, they're messing with their life. It is a sin to mess with you. And someone realizes that, collective, even though they don't want to. It's painful to know that, collective, because people know that there's always going to be justice. Okay? No matter what, collective, you're good. All right? So I want you to continue to live your life. Stay grounded and know that God before you, who could be against you? The judgment card is here, collective. God is so passionate about you. You got your ancestors here, baby. And with the Ten of Swords, people who tried to comfort you, they know that there's going to be huge consequences for their action. These are people who really want to keep on with the keeping on, but they know that because God is right here, dun, 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 can't touch this. Dun, 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 dun. My. This is people aware that you are definitely protected, healed, you good, okay? And as much as people may want to F around, they gonna definitely F around and find out if they keep playing with you. Okay, so with the World card and the Empress, you're gonna be stepping into some stability, collective, and someone is stressing about this. I want you to continue to keep your head up and never lay down for nobody who ain't got it all. Collective, these are people who have control issues. When you step out in the world, you may experience people who could be jealous of you. Jealousy is very popular nowadays. This is why a lot of people want to expose people so much or want to bully other people, or you know what I'm saying. It happened to me. People have been picking on me for years, collective, and honestly I've grown accustomed to rolling with the punches and allowing God to fight my battles, because it got so bad. It's like your confidence is up the roof. It's so bad for people. It's to the point where they literally had to get a whole community on you because no one could control you mentally. And when it comes to that, when it gets that bad, collective, that's when God really has to step in, and you're gonna have to really gain. Oh, thank you, Habibi. Thank you, Vic Vika. Thank you. But and when you thank you, phenomenal 1231, and everybody who's gave me gifts. When you are someone who is highly connected, like this is gonna be a time where you're gonna have to really, really believe in God. Because people nowadays, they're so caught on vengeance. They're so vengeful, hateful, jealous, competitive. They will go out of their way to cause pain or issues for you. And because people nowadays, they've learned that, what I realized is like even what happened with Nature Boy, what I realized is that people, because they know that they can't, they can possibly go to jail for effing with you the way they do. They find other ways to do it, because Nature Boy was a prime example for a lot of these occults. So they're like, well, we can't end up like Nature Boy. So what can we do to not be caught? What they do is use other people to cause issues for you, collective. These are people that don't want to be caught. So because Nature Boy was a prime example of what they don't want to turn out to, they don't want to turn out like Nature Boy. These people have learned how to strategically go against you without having to show their face. So this is why you got to stay prayed up, because these type of people, they're crafty and they know exactly what to do to F with you behind the scenes in the screen. Whether that's tapping your phone, tapping your car, tapping your house, connecting with people of certain organizations, even communities. The community that these people have connected to will be under Judgment Collective. Don't truly believe that just because someone has a legacy or some sort of um, business that maybe can't be untouched. Like, people think that they're untouchable because they may have multiple streams of businesses, and that their businesses are, connected to like lots of money, or, whatever the case is. I want you to stay prayed up, collective, believing that anyone who F with you for no reason, caused financial difficulty for you, got vandalized your home, people who are connected to these communities, okay? People where like places where you lived, people who are a part of that. These people connected with people that you where you lived, okay? So let's just say the landlord or somebody, or let's just say a community you lived at, your work environment, whatever the case is. I want you to know that because people mess with you for no reason, and because you're in the right, there will be major consequences. And I've actually seen businesses shut down because, I don't know why, but there's definitely possibilities of people being shut down because they possibly played with people that they weren't supposed to be playing with. It's a fair warning that, you're not that rich. Like, there, any day it could be you who could be going through difficulty. Okay. So for you to sit here and jump on someone else's bandwagon to go against someone you don't know, you just was like, you know what, I'm a do it too. It's fun, it's funny. The shit ain't funny. And so even though you may laugh or you may giggle, I'm telling you, the same pain you want or have caused, the same fear you caused for people like Tyra Spalding, and I'm going to always mention Tyra Spalding's name because she will be vindicated and there will be justice. Okay? There will be consequences for everybody involved in the collective's, situations. So I don't care if you think that you're free because, oh, my business is standing, you know, I make good money, whatever it is, it will, the thing is, you don't see karma when it happens. You don't know how it will happen, but it happens. It definitely happens. So the magic you've done or pain you caused, separation you caused for families or whatever it is, you're wondering why you and your husband up arguing all night, or why you and your family is breaking up, y'all not getting along, or things are hitting you back to back. You're concerned. You're trying to wonder why, dang, like this is happening. You might want to stop what you're doing. You might want to disconnect, because I know for a fact there are people who are scared of people who are connected to the Most High. These are people who thought that they jump on something that was toxic and realizing that it definitely can cause issues for their businesses, for their families, for their marriages, for their children. You know what I'm saying? This stuff is not funny. So it's just a fair warning. You know what I'm saying? Be careful. Spirit is telling you to withdraw yourself. Release yourself. Surrender from the toxicity. Okay? It's really time to do that. If you think that it's funny, because you're under judgment, and it's the truth, baby. I know you learning it, but you need to like hurry up, because it's always gonna be justice. And I go outside, collective, after my readings, and I notice that there are people still caught in their egos, still playing too much, still doing what their master told them to do, still walking up and down the street like it's a fucking joke. But deep down, collective, there are people that are very, very unhappy. They're pissed that they jumped on something. They signed contracts that they weren't supposed to sign. They got affiliated and involved in situations that currently are not working out for them in their life. They may have been able to live in a home for free or something like that. Your next door neighbors could be able to live freely here unless but because they're bothering you because they broken in your home. But I promise you, these people who are invested and aren't invested in these situations and who have to attend to their masters, have to attend to their contracts, they are not happy. They are getting karma. They're not pleased with the choices that they've made to jump on something that was very, first off, unjustified. So this is people who know that there is major consequences that have to happen. And as much as these people um have agreed to be in something that was so toxic, they know that there will be karma happening. That is happening now, and they're stressed about it. People that may look like they're confident in what they do, when it comes to messing with you, collective, they're not happy with the choices they made. Okay. And it's because we're not going to lay down for these people, collective. I'm telling you, anything happens to you, is they're going to be falling right down with it. You know what I'm saying? People who want to figure out how to be in control, but they're knowing that every time they F with you, they're ending up in the Five of Pentacles. It's not going to be good for these people. It's a fair warning. You keep coming for us, and God is going to come for that ass. So this is why you don't be scared. When you go outside and you notice that there is still foreshadowing going on, gang stalking, whatever the case is, collective, just understand that these people are not as confident as they look. It may seem weird. It seems a little scary, but I'm telling you, collective, people, they're not as confident as they come off to be. All right. So, these are people who continue to play in your life, but trust me, collective, they're not gonna have no luck. All right. And they're sad and they're feeling defeated. Emotionally, these people are off balance. They are out of alignment, and in order for them to be back in alignment with themselves and the Most High, they're going to have to remove themselves from such toxicity. And hopefully they're strong enough, like you are, collective, because the very people they teamed up with are going to go for their asses. And even though they coming for us, the difference between us and them, collective, is we are actually in alignment. These people aren't. So they're scared for their lives. They have to do the shit that they do. And it's because they chose the wrong team. They chose to jump on the wrong bandwagon. And they have to suffer with the consequences of their action. So when you see people walking down the street with their book bags on, or you're seeing people effing with you for no reason, or they've been sent in to play games or mental games, whatever the case is, I promise you that's backfiring. I promise you it's backfiring. It's not good for these people. Everybody is going to be experiencing a lot of karma. It's not a joke. So continue to, they mess with your home, their home going to be messed with. And these companies that think that they're so big because, oh, we got corporations, we got this, we got that. Trust me, it's not about that. It's about the bloodline, collective. People, they don't think of the bigger picture. You're affecting your bloodline by messing with people like us. So do it if you want to. So what's the web for? This is number 43. You could be 43 years old. You could be 34 years old. So it's networking. So society, worldview, work ethic, teamwork, internet purpose, discovery, web, happiness, coexisting, productivity, blossoming, career, communication, connection, oneness, building worldwide network, information, wholeness, worldly matters, and social media. So let's see. Clarify this, ancestors. We're almost done, guys. So this is people that are they're not doing well, collective. Clarify the Ace of Wands. They're not satisfied with the turnout or with what they connected to. Okay? These are people that are reflecting on what they've gotten into and they want to remove themselves. I don't know, like that. I feel like the Eight of Pentacles came out in reverse. These are people that don't want to work on this no more. They realize that they want to close out this cycle of confusion, where someone could be wanting this a fire sign. Clarify this energy here. This person knows that the more they continue on, the more karma they're going to get, okay? So these are people that this person has connected with that are mad. There is karma, is shocking exposure as well, okay? So tell me more. Yeah, so someone's heartbroken because their control issues. Someone's wanting to they want to lie to you. They're gonna be reaching out, trying to still be in control, trying to still let's see. Tell me more. Someone don't have no control over this situation as much as they think they do. They're finding it difficult to control certain outcomes, and this is a person who's moving off of obsession and jealousy. They're just not doing well, collective. This is a person that's going through financial difficulties. They're going through a lot financially, especially when it comes to their housing. Someone's feeling defeated, okay? They're not doing good, and it's because you're standing 10 toes down for yourself. It's not a joke no more. All right? So these are people who are connected to a certain society. This could be an occult. This could be whatever this is. It's a network of people. So these are people that feel like what they've gotten into they didn't get what they wanted. Okay. Five of Pentacles are people who feel financially burnt out or just burnt out, period. Okay. These are people who dealing with a lot. They going through a lot, collective. They're trying to stay emotionally content, but there's balance that has to happen because truth is rising above. I'm saying, like the temperance. There has to be balance no matter what. Okay, so stay strong, collective. Your opposer wants to continue to be sneaky. Tell me more. Clarify. Yeah, they're gonna try to figure out how to get another opportunity. Clarify this. Clarify more. Yeah, someone knows that they're what they took in. Thank you. So thank you so much. I don't know who gave me. Thank you, Phenomenal. Thank you, Kiva. So what I'm seeing here is Five of Cups is someone who's sad and they want to lie to you to see how they can come back in your life. Okay. So someone's sad about the offer that they took. They're not happy about the offer that they took, collective. Someone is realizing that they're uncomfortable with how you're rising through a lot of the toxicity that they're part of. There's truth, there's judgment, justice, okay, and fairness that will be happening. Someone's looking at, they're like, none of this worked out. None of this worked out. So I don't want you to fear anything. Listen, whatever happens will happen. People who want to put fear in you, baby, I'm telling you, when you are in alignment with God and you're doing what you're supposed to do, no one can touch you. All right? No one can touch you. And if they do, there will be heavy consequences. And people are fully aware of that, collective. So just understand that people who F with you are only effing with their own life. All right? It ain't gonna be good for these people, collective. I'm telling you, it's not gonna be good. So I want you to stay grounded, stay 10 toes down for yourself, realizing that whatever you put out is what you get back. All right. So these people, they wanted you in fear. They wanted you scared. They were like, man, we gonna make this person feel uncomfortable. Baby, the only people that's uncomfortable are these people. They don't even know if they're coming or going anymore. All right. So I want you to just stay prepared, stay prepared, because someone still don't know how to let things go, collective. This is a person who's moving consistently. They're going to try to slowly work their way towards you. All right. Someone's trying to plan it now. Someone's making plans to reach out to you. And they could be using another person to do so. With the Tower card is you protecting your energy. You're not playing with this person. Okay? You're too confident. You know who you are. Ooh. And with the Eight of Swords and the Seven of Cups, it's someone who's going to be coming in swiftly, trying to figure out how they can communicate with you and keep something going. Okay? Yeah. So with the Strength card is someone's still trying to figure out how they can control certain outcomes. Someone's obsessed with wanting to make things go their way. Someone want to reach out to you really, really bad, but they know that everything they did, they're in their head a lot. Like, dang, like throughout the time that you worked, that someone was coming for you, you only grounded yourself throughout that time. So even throughout your isolation, collective, you become your best self. This is better than this is the best thing you could ever do for your life. Okay. And even though people may want to make you feel as if you're undeserving, people really, really know that you've done a lot of work on yourself and you grounded, you stayed in control. Okay. This is the good thing. You learned how to balance your life. So that's what caused the cycle to close. So you may not see it yet, but just have faith and know that people cannot keep on with this kind of people cannot continue on with this behavior without disasters happening in their life. Let's see. Anything else, ancestors? You're welcome. So we got the Oracle Deathby. Clarify more. The Increscent Moon. And we got commitment and checkers and playing checkers. No, the chess game. So someone's going to try to manifest you. Clarify the oracle. Clarify the oracle. Someone's watching you stand in your power, and they heartbroken because of who you are, collective. All right. Someone really played the wrong game. They gaining clarity. Someone's just heartbroken on your clarity. And the Tower is someone very shocked about how things are currently happening. King of Cups is someone who is not understanding their emotions. It's a person that King of Cups reverse is someone who's they're jealous. They're not doing well emotionally. They're having a huge battle within, and it's because someone feels defeated. They're feeling jealous. They don't know how to they don't know, their emotions are all over the place. Okay. With the Seven of Cups, someone's confused in their life. They're just losing it. Clarify the Deathby card. Yeah, so Five of Cups is someone trying to not grieve the situation, trying to figure out what to do, where they stand, and trying to gain some sort of insight. But there are people that not want to work with this person secretly. There could be people that are bagging out. They don't want to do this no more. Oh no, Seven of Pentacles reverse. Oh, Seven of Pentacles. Someone's confused. Someone don't know what to do. Tell me more. Yeah, they're stuck. Okay. So this is a person who's trying to figure out how to manifest a new opportunity. Clarify the crescent and crescent moon. Yeah, this is a person who's in this devil energy. They don't care about what they know. They don't care about what they're being told. This is a person who's obsessed with the thought of trying to commit or have some sort of relationship with you. Tell me more. They're obsessed with doing spell work. They're in their ego, still trying to like see how they can manifest. They're continuously doing this, okay? Someone could, Six of Cups, they're trying to bring you back to a past situation. But with the Three of Cups reverse is people maybe not working with this person, or it's not long term. Okay, so it's like maybe something works for a minute and then it becomes unbalanced. Okay, so this is a person that is not steady. They're all over the place. Okay, collective. Someone that just knows that they need to walk away because there's justice. You know, the star is, you healed from this. Okay, and you're very protective of your energy, and you're not letting anybody take advantage of you emotionally, especially when it comes to spell work. Like, you've outgrown certain spell work that someone's doing on you. It's causing this person to be more obsessed with you. Someone needs to go see someone. Someone resorts to spell work when they can't get their way, and they're realizing that they're not understanding that they're not going to get their way. Someone's upset with that. They're heartbroken. Okay, so this is someone who's trying to be strategic on how they move. Clarify this chess game. Yeah, the Tower is this. It ain't going to work out. Okay, tell me more about the chess game. Yeah, so the Five of Pentacles is someone feeling like nothing is leading to absolutely, the Tower is like huge changes with the Five of Pentacles. Is a disruption in someone's reality where someone has to realize that their actions are not paying off. All right? Someone really needs to figure out what they're going to do. All right? Queen of Wands is and a Queen of Cups. So someone's trying to act like they're fake confident. The Star and the Queen and the Page of Swords. Someone who could be playing. This is someone who wants to be noticed so bad. And the issue is they have to walk away. All right, they have to walk away. Someone wants to appear like they're somebody that they're not, and it's because they don't know how to be honest. With the Page of Swords reversed, someone who plays a lot of mind games. They're emotionally ungrounded, still trying to figure what to do out. Five of Pentacles, someone who's lacking in um receiving. I even got a checkmate here. Something, they lost a game or they lost. Anything else? Yeah, with the Death card here, it's over. All right, so we got the Eight of Swords and the Death card. It's saying that the game is over, even though someone still wants to play it. And then with the Commitment card, clarify commitment, ancestors. Why is commitment here? This is somebody who wants to slowly come to you and give you opportunity. It could be a water sign man and a earth sign woman. Tell me more. Or this could be just the same person. These are people who are conflicted, jealous, in competition with you. Could deal with a water sign woman as well. Who else? Um, People that want to come out the cold with you, but they're going through huge towers in their life where they know they have to walk away. These are people who want to commit to you all of a sudden. With the Knight of Wands, someone who wants to take action, and they're very arrogant and they don't like the word no. Okay, these are people from your past who want a reconnection with you. Okay, they want to be your friend. and they're trying to figure out how to reach out. But with the Three of Pentacles, I don't feel like no one's coming up with a solid idea on how to do so. And I honestly, God is saying that you will win by protecting your energy from these people. It's saying that God is protecting you from these people. So yeah, that's what I got. And we're gonna get some last messages, and I'm gonna get out of here, child, because I know a lot of you want to go to bed. Um, so let's see. Much love to you. They sure do. God, please give me a last message for the collective. What do we need to know for the collective, myself? Thank you. All right, so we received the serving of others, the details of do what you must do in Virgo. So this is I feel like this got to do a lot with morals as well. But let's see. Ancestors, tell me about the serving of others. So this is someone who wants to move very sneaky, okay? Queen of Swords is a sneaky person, a liar, someone who presents themselves as confident, but they're emotionally manipulative, and they're not honest, okay? They're not honest. They're a liar. This is a person that is feeling stuck. Tell me more. So this is a person that wants to do what they could do to manipulate and control certain outcomes. Um, they could be. Tell me more. What's this? These are people you're no longer connected to because they don't have full access to you no more like that. All right. Tell me more. What's going on? What do you want us to know about the serving of others? The serving of others. So there's connections that are over because of how they treated you. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, that's the truth. Are these relationships that are over because of the way they treated the collective? This is the serving of others, the details of do what you must do. And in Virgo, this is a karma Monty deck. So when I look at this card, I'm seeing that people did what they could do to get what they want, but what I'm seeing here is it didn't work out. They're no longer able to manipulate, even though they want to use some sort of emotion to control certain outcomes. But with the Two of Cups is you're not dealing with this person. So when it says the serving of others, the details of do what, so Spirit is like get the details first when you're dealing with people as well. But let's see what Spirit says. And then we got the Seven of Swords, the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Cups reverse, Six of Wands, the Eight of Swords, Nine of Cups, the Queen of Pentacles, the Magician, reverse, Two of Cups, reverse, Chariot, reverse, the Death card, reverse, the Ace of Swords. No, the Death card is not reversed. The Death card is in the upright. We got the Ace of Swords already. The Queen of Wands, the Five of Wands, the Nine of Wands, the Nine of Pentacles, Seven of Wands, the Seven of Cups, the Nine of Swords, and the Eight of Cups. Moon card with the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, these are people that wanted to do whatever they could do to win at all costs, to serve themselves, but I don't see that happening. What do you see? Honestly, you interpreted the lines very strongly with the energy of these cards. So what I see here is a group of dynamics of relationships, dynamics where people were heavily operating from self-intense, ego image, emotional manipulation, or strategic behavior rather than genuine emotional alignment. The phrase you pulled, serving of others, details, do what you must do, feels almost ironic in the spread because the cards themselves feel like people who said they were helping, supporting, or doing the right thing, while underneath there were hidden motives, competition, personal agendas involved. The Seven of Swords opening this spread already tells me that the hidden agenda, strategic behavior, manipulation, avoidance, accountability, or people trying to outsmart situations. The Queen of Wands, Queen of Cups reverse feels like conflicting feminine energies. One's charismatic, socially influential, attractive, attention grabbing, while the Queen of Cups reverse can absolutely point towards emotional imbalance, emotional manipulation, jealousy, guilt, tactics, passive aggression, and unstable emotional behavior. Then Six of Wands says somebody wanted victory, recognition, validation, public approval, or to win socially. But the Eight of Swords directly after it says the victory is not really freeing anybody. People are mentally trapped, anxious, overthinking, caught in their own narratives. In the Nine of Cups, besides the Queen of Pentacles, feels like people prioritizing comfort, security, status, image, or personal satisfaction. But then the Magician reverse changes the whole tone because now we're looking at manipulation, misuse of influence, distorted communication, trying to engineer outcomes, emotional persuasion of people trying to make things happen through control rather than authenticity. The ten of the Two of Cups reverse confirms relationships breakdowns, disconnects, severed partnerships, or realizing certain alliances, connections are no longer emotionally aligned. And the Chariot reverse says things are not moving smoothly anymore. Loss of direction, loss of control, delays, failed attempts to steer situations the way someone wanted. And the Death card upright is huge because upright death is final, transformation, endings, no going back to the old dynamic in cycles, truly ending. So I agree with you. I do not see the manipulation ultimately succeeding long term. Ace of Swords then comes in like the final truth blade, clarity, exposure. As I said, collective realization, cutting through illusions, and seeing people's situations for what they really are. Then the second Queen of Wands appearance with Five of Wands, Nine of Wands makes this feel like ongoing conflict, competition, ego, clashes, defensiveness. People battling for control or image while emotionally exhausted at the same time. Nine of Pentacles, Seven of Wands feels like someone ultimately pulling back into self-protection, independence, boundaries, and preserving their own peace instead of continuing chaotic dynamics. Seven of Cups, Nine of Swords says confusion and anxiety are tied together here. Too many illusions, assumptions, emotional projections, or conflicting narratives. People may not even fully know what's real anymore because the energy became so emotionally distorted. Then the Eight of Cups at the end, emotionally walking away, choosing peace over dysfunction, leaving behind draining emotional cycles. The Moon. Then the ten of Pentacles underneath. Everything is important too because it is saying that hidden truths and around family, legacy, security, stability, emotional security, things happening behind the scenes, collective illusions tied to long-term goals, or fear surrounding status, legacy, finances, family systems, or reputation. So overall, yes, this absolutely feels like people who were trying to secure outcomes for themselves, preserving control, maintain appearances of to win emotionally, socially, but don't think the cards show lasting success. They're not gonna win. Okay, so the strongest ending energies are the Death card, the Ace of Swords, and the Eight of Cups. People having to walk away. Nothing worked out. People thought that they could benefit from certain outcomes, and they're realizing that that was just never gonna happen. So with that said, the illusion breaks, the truth surfaces, and somebody ultimately walks away from unhealthy dynamics altogether. Yeah, it ain't gonna work. So I want to really do like a Bible verse, and I left my Bible upstairs. So I'm gonna go get it if y'all don't mind, because I really want to know like what God has to say about all this with the Star card. It's a lot of healing that's gonna be happening. Let me go get my Bible real quick, and those who are supposed to be here will be here. I'm not going to take long. One moment. My bad. All right, guys. I'm just so curious to see what Bible verse we get. Most High God, please give me the last message for the collective and myself. What do we need to know right now, God? Please give me the last message, and thank you. All right, so we got Exodus 5 and 9. Let more work be laid on the men, that they may labor in it, and let them not regard false words. And the taskmasters of the people and their offices went out and spoke to the people, saying, Thus says the Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go get yourself straw where you can find it, yet none of your work will be reduced. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters forced them to hurry, saying, Fulfill your work, your daily quota, as when there was straw. Also, the officers of the children of Israel, whom Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and were asked, Why have you not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday, today, as before? So what I'm seeing here is that this is a Pharaoh energy that is involved in all of this stuff. So let's see. Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried out to Pharaoh, saying, why are you dealing with us with your why are you dealing thus with your servants? There is no straw given to your servants, and they say to us, Make brick. And indeed, your servants are beaten, but the fault is in your own people. So the thing is, collective, these are people who are possibly controlled by people who are in power that are not getting the results that they thought that they were going to get. And so because they're not getting the results, these people who sign contracts are like, look, ain't no straw left. We ain't got this. We ain't got this. All we got is what you want us to use brick. Like they're trying to figure out what else they can use. You know what I'm saying? They're running out of ideas, because even though Pharaoh is causing Pharaoh's still trying to control these people by beating these people. Maybe people sign contracts to gain money for their families or whatever the case is. The issue is a lot of these people who have signed false contracts are wanting to remove themselves from certain systems that are not serving them or not helping them grow. And Pharaoh is still causing pain for these people. So these are people who are getting beaten because they're like, Pharaoh's mad because Pharaoh can't get his way. So he's like, you better make it work. You better do this. You better do that. And people are like, man, well, what we gonna do? Like we can't do nothing because the collective ain't laying down like they won't. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we could put the collective in fear, but the issue is even when we try to put the collective in fear, the collective is 10 toes down for this they self. So it's hard to do what you want us to do, Pharaoh, because the collective, they're not listening, you know? So it says, but he said, you are idle. Therefore you say, let us go and sack. Refice to the Lord. Therefore go now and work, for no straw shall be given. You yet get what you Yet you shall deliver the quota of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel saw that they were in trouble after it was said, you shall not reduce any bricks from the daily quota. Then as they came out from Pharaoh, they met Moses and Aaron, who stood there to meet them. And they said to them, let the Lord look on you and judge, because you have made us abhorrent in sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to kill us. Israel's delivered assured. So Moses returned to the Lord and said, Lord, why have you brought trouble on this people? So this is Moses coming for the collective. Maybe these are people like us, or where these are, Pharaoh, he was controlling Moses' people. And so he's like, why you got my people in difficult situations, God? And so the Lord, he said, Lord, why have you brought trouble to these people? Why is it you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to his people, neither have you delivered your people at all. Then the Lord said to Moses, now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand he will let them go, and with a strong hand he will drive them out of his land. And God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham and Isaac and to Jacob and God Almighty, but my name is the Lord. I was not known to them. I have also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan and the land of pilgrimage, and in which they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Therefore, say to the children of Israel, I am the Lord. I will bring you out from under the burden. So, collective, we're like messengers of God. Okay, so we're warning these people. We're telling them, like, God is gonna get you. And these people, they don't care. Pharaoh don't care, because Pharaoh is very prideful. This is a person that don't want to let go of control. They like being in charge, and they like to look like they're someone that they're not. But the issue is, baby, there will be judgment. God is warning these people to let his people go. God is like, you need to stop. I'm begging you, it's not going to be good for you. These people, they keep holding on. So it says, I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. I will rescue you from their bondage, and I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with great judgments. I will take you as my people, and I will be your God. Then you shall know that I am the Lord your God, who brings you out from under the burdens of Egyptians, and I will bring you into the land which I swore to give to Abraham as Isaac and Jacob, and I will give it to you as a heritage. I am the Lord. So Moses spoke thus to the children. So this is Moses going back telling the children, people of Israel, listen, you know, I know a God that can save your life, that can change you. All you got to do is accept God into your life and align yourself with the Most High. And so, yeah, this is the choice. God is like, I already know who I am. I know what I'm capable of. This is God telling these people, like, you might want to jump on the good side. So Moses, so it says, Moses spoke thus to the children of Israel, but they did not heed Moses because of anguish of spirit and cruel bondage. So these are people who are scared, okay? So there are a lot of people who are scared to turn against the community. Maybe these could be an occult or people who are of so-called power. These people feel like they have to abide by certain rules that they have subjected themselves to. So these are contracts that were signed by a certain community that people are scared to get themselves out of. And so Moses is telling these people, like, listen, if you align yourself with God, you're going to be good. If you accept God into your heart, you're going to be good. You're going to be protected. And so people are scared because they feel like they're in bondage with this community. But the thing is, if enough people were to come together and say, you know what, if we stick together, and if we're, this is why, like, for me, I can't have too many people on my boat, because you be on my bandwagon or you be on my boat, you gonna sink the boat. And listen, like Harriet Tubman had to shoot someone dead, this is what's gonna happen to a lot of the people who have been fighting against you because of what they've gotten themselves connected to. So these are people who have an opportunity to make a choice to leave and get out of this situation by connecting themselves and changing their lifestyle. But because they scared, some people are scared because they feel like they're in bondage when they're really not. They feel like they have to be tied to this type of community. And so what God is saying is, like, you don't have to live your life like that. But of course there are people who are just scared to stand 10 toes down for themselves. And that's the problem. So it says, go in, tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moses spoke before the Lord, saying, the children of Israel have not heeded me. How then shall Pharaoh heed me? For I am the uncircumcised lips. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron and gave them a command for the children of Israel and Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. So this is also Pharaoh's warning. Okay, so family of Moses and Aaron, these are the heads of the fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Enoch, Pelah. All these people's names are coming up. These are families. These are families of the Simeon. These are the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations. Gershon's were 137. So these are huge families. The sons of Gershons and Libyan and da 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 da. Okay, so 100 sons of Miriam. So they're just naming the people that are connected to them, the families of Moses. So these are Moses families, So listen, remember, your family got connected to people they weren't supposed to be connected to. 144 people in the live. Listen, let me tell you, these are people that your family, these are like your families that connected to Pharaoh, that did work for Pharaoh to gain some sort of money. They thought that they could gain clout, but now they're realizing, we're stuck in some sort of bondage now. We're caught and we don't know how to get out of this. And so there are people who don't know how to get out. And so God is like, let my people go. And they're warning, there is a fair warning for Pharaoh. Now the Amaron took for himself Jacob and family sisters as wives, and she bore him and Aaron and Moses, and the years of life of Amaron were 137. The tons of Ezar, so these are just family names. Eliah. These are the heads of the fathers' houses. So a lot of your enemies got intertwined they pretty much connected to your family, okay? So your family feels nervous, they feel scared because they connected to the wrong people. They connected with people that never had their interests, okay? So these are the same as Aaron and Moses, whom the Lord said, bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt, according to their Amorites. These are the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These are the same Moses and Aaron. And it came to pass on the day the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt, that the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I am the Lord, speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say to you. But Moses said before the Lord, behold, I am the uncircumcised lips, and now shall Pharaoh heed me? So basically, I guess Pharaoh's like, I'm not really family like that. I was brought into this family. You think he gonna listen to me? Like, who am I? And so it says, so the Lord said to Moses, see, I have made you as God to Pharaoh, and Aaron, your brother, shall be your prophet. So God is like, I put you in a position to be over Pharaoh, and you shall speak all that I command you. So God is like, do as I tell you to do. And Aaron, your brother, shall tell Pharaoh to send the children of Israel out of his land, and I will harden Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh will not heed you, so that I may lay my hand on Egypt and bring my armies and my people, the children of Israel. So when he speaks of hardening Pharaoh's heart, this is not good, because the issue is when people's hearts are hardened, they make horrible decisions. They're not able to see clearly. They're not able to think clearly. So these are people who have huge egos. And so when your heart is it's forbidden to have a hardened heart, and it's because you don't choose. It's forbidden to have a hardened heart, because when you choose to do wrong, you cannot really see what you're doing. And so the reason why I feel God hardened his heart is because, okay, well, now that you can't harden your heart, you're gonna have to pay for your actions, your consequences. So it's like things spiraling out of control that someone really doesn't see. And it's because God has to teach him a lesson, that when your heart is hardened, you can't feel, you can't see. Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna get it together. You can't feel, you can't see. You don't have I don't know, it's like you don't have a certain understanding about how certain things can play out. And so when things spiral out of control and things start messing up for you, that's when you have to pay attention. and you're realizing, oh, well, this is why God hardened my heart, because I had to learn some sort of lesson. I don't know. Like, I gotta read on that. Let's see. So it says, I may lay my hands on Egypt and bring my armies and my people, the children of Israel, and out of the Egypt my great judgments. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand on Egypt and bring out the children of Israel among them. Then Moses and Aaron did not. Moses and Aaron did so, just as the Lord commanded them. So they did. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old when they spoke to Pharaoh. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, when Pharaoh speaks to you, saying, show a miracle for yourselves, then you shall say, Aaron, take the rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and let it become a serpent. So Moses and Aaron went into Pharaoh, and they did so just as the Lord commanded. And Aaron cast down the rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. But Pharaoh also called this wise men and the sorcerers. So the magicians of Egypt, they also did in the like manner with their enchantments. For every man threw down his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods, and Pharaoh's heart grew hard, and he did not heed them, as the Lord had said. The first plague waters become floods. So the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hard. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning when he goes out to water, and you shall stand by the rivers. Break Bank to meet him, and the rod which was turned into serpent you shall take in your hand, and you shall say to him, the Lord God of the Hebrews has sent me to you, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. But indeed, until now you would not hear. Thus says the Lord, by this you shall know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will strike the waters which are in the river with the rod that is in the hands, and they shall be turned to blood, and the fish that are in the river shall die. The river shall stink, and the Egyptians will loathe to drink the water of the river. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, say to Aaron, take your rod and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over the streams, over their rivers. But anyway, what I'm seeing here is, like, in the end, we all pretty much know that Pharaoh, he then let the people go because God did a lot to Pharaoh. And so just know that your enemies will never win. Okay? So the heart could be hardened because I don't know. Let me see. Because I would think that God would not harden your heart, so that there could be clarity. There could be understanding of what Pharaoh is doing. But if his heart is hardened, how can he understand? How could he feel? Someone don't have feelings. So what is the meaning of Pharaoh's heart hardening in the scripture, Exodus 5:9 through 7:4? Yeah, so this is stubborn leadership, okay? Abuse of power. Exodus Moses before Pharaoh and tells him to let the Israelites go worship God. Pharaoh reacts by becoming harsher and more controlling instead of releasing the people. He increases their labor and makes their suffering heavier, and the people become discouraged and angry because things initially get worse instead of better. Okay, so these people that are having to do work for their master, I told y'all they're not happy. Okay, they're not happy with their choices. They're feeling very low, and honestly, I don't feel like they're getting compensated as much as they thought they were. People are realizing that what they've done and what they've gotten into, it was never worth it. Okay, so Pharaoh reacts by becoming harsher and more controlling. Instead of releasing the people, he increases their labor and makes their suffering heavier. The people become discouraged and angry because it initially gets worse. He's abusing his power. He has stubborn leadership, oppression, systems refusing to release control, and people being spiritually tested before breakthrough. So in Exodus 6, God reassures Moses that deliverance is still coming, even though the situation looks worse than temporarily. So before I let y'all know that it's nothing that can happen to you when you are truly in alignment with God. And that even when people act out, even when people try to think that, oh, I'm in control, I got this, whatever the case is, people know deep down that there will be consequences for their actions. Okay? And you cannot win when you're not right within. That's just what it is. When you're in the wrong, there will always be a downfall. There will always be exposure. Things will never go right for these people for coming up against righteous beings, people who are really in alignment. You know, I can't rock with people who play both sides. For me, it's difficult, so I let God deal with it, because even though you may have family who are involved and invested in toxicity, they don't want to be. They just jumped on something too fast, and they're realizing like, uh-oh, this is not what I expected. Okay? So people thought things were funny, and they're realizing this is not a joke. This is serious. This is going to affect my whole life. Okay? Bloodline and all. So deliverance is still coming, even though the situation looks worse temporarily. God reminds Moses of covenant legacy and promises to free the people from bondage. There's a strong theme of generational promise and divine justice. So God tells Moses that Pharaoh's heart will harden, signs and wonders will unfold. Egypt will ultimately experience judgment because of its refusal to listen. And specifically says Pharaoh will not listen, and God will lay hands upon Egypt and bring his people out through great acts of judgment. So spiritually, symbolically, those passages are often connected to people refusing truth, power struggles, systems resisting accountability, consequences, hardened behavior, delayed justice before breakthrough, and eventual exposure deliverance. A major lesson in that section is just because resistance increases at first does not mean truth or justice is failing. In the story, the pressure actually intensifies before the eventual release and collapse of the oppressive structure. So, even though I just don't understand the hardening of the heart. Can you tell me what the hardening of the heart means? Because wouldn't God want to soften someone's heart to have them gain clarity of to see why they're doing what they're doing? Why would God want to harden Pharaoh's heart like that? Because I was speaking on you hardening your heart for people in your past that you no longer have emotions for. I see why God will harden your heart in those types of situations. But so it says that's one of the biggest and most debated questions in the book of Exodus, and people have wrestled with it for centuries. One important thing to notice is that the different parts of Exodus, Pharaoh is described both as hardening his own heart, and later God hardening Pharaoh's heart. Many theologians interpret this to mean Pharaoh was already choosing pride, control, oppression, and refusal repeatedly. The hardening was not necessarily God's creating evil instead inside an innocent person, but allowing Pharaoh to become more deeply fixed in the path he was already committed to. So a common interpretation is when someone continuously rejects truth, compassion, humility, or correcting, their hearts can become spiritually numb or rigid over time. So rather than God forced a good person to become cruel, many read it more like Pharaoh repeatedly chose domination and refused opportunities to change, and eventually his heart became set in the direction. And another layer people discuss is that Exodus story is written as drama, or is written as dramatic confrontation between oppression, power, and liberation, justice. So the narrative emphasizes that Pharaoh represents a massive system of control and enslavement, not just one private individual making mistakes. The hardening becomes part of the story theme about how unchecked power can blind people, even when warning signs are right in front of them. And that's definitely what I noticed, collective. People are not on one accord. You can even see it in this picture. People, they don't understand. These people who are in power, they don't understand, they don't get it, and they won't get it until there are serious consequences that happen to them because of what they've gotten attached to. So, and honestly, your question about clarity is important because throughout the scripture there are many moments where softening, mercy, repentance, and transformation are emphasized. You see that in forgiveness themes, prophetic warnings, cause of repentance, and teaching labors and compassion. That's why many readers understand that Pharaoh's story less as God's enjoys hardening people's hearts and more as a warning about what happens when pride, ego, and power, stubbornness are repeatedly chosen over the truth and humility. Some people also interpreted it psychologically. The more someone doubles down on control or denial, the harder it becomes for them to admit wrong, even when consequences start unfolding around them. And as you can see, like when you listen to what's his name? Um Nature Boy, he does not hold himself accountable for absolutely nothing. Listen to his videos. He even did one in jail where he was like, these people, they need to really go to God and really see how God is gonna get these people. And I'm like, dang, like he ain't saying nothing about what he did. You know, these are these type of people who really have they're narcissists, okay? Some people also interpret it as psychology. So the more someone doubles down on control or denial, the harder it becomes for them to admit wrong, even when consequences start unfolding around them, collective. So the passage raises difficult questions intentionally: free will, accountability, power, justice, mercy, and how people respond when confronted with truth. But collective, as I stated, people, they're not really happy. Not even the people who have signed certain agreements. So when you see them walking down the street, when you see them driving, hear them driving up and down the street, child, just know that these people are pissed. They're pissed about who they align with. They're pissed about what they've signed. They're pissed about what they jumped on, child. They're not happy, okay? And that doesn't mean for you to be like, ha ha. You know, just realize that certain choices that people make, um, just know that your opponents, they're not satisfied with their choices. they feel regretful because they don't feel like they have any control over their lives also. So yeah, Six of Wands is you're gonna win. You're gonna have victory either way. Collective, let people choose what they want. It's their life, you know. So everyone has a choice, and some people make good choices. Some people don't. Oh wait, but it's not up to you to It's it's free will. So let's see. Any last messages for the collective? So we got faded. I'm gonna read it in a reverse. This is number 17. Your experiences. Wait. It is difficult to understand why painful things happen to good people. Fate is mystery. After all, yet, what we do with our circumstances, the way in which we respond to life's challenges, is how we rise up to greet our destiny. Now is one of those times to be aware of your powerlessness, to change certain situations and surrender to acceptance. Hang in there, life will only get better. Act as if you believe that for the only thing you can control right now is your attitude. When you align with the fates, being mindful of what you can and cannot change, serenity will come to you. With that said, collective, I hope these messages have helped you. I hope that you know that when you're in alignment with God, good things are going to happen to you. Okay? It all starts with grounding yourself and knowing that if you go by the book in life, there's always going to be karmic justice. There's always going to be a cause and effect. And no matter if you're stubborn, in your ego, you want it your way, you can't have it your way if you're not in the right. You will never have it your way if you're not in the right. So maybe it's time to unharden your heart and start making better choices so that you could be happy in alignment because you'll always be jealous because someone else is on their path and maybe you chose to go the other route. And you just got to wake up to that, realizing that there's always going to be truth revealed, okay? And it's time to see that you should be making better choices in your life, cuz no one wins going against people who don't deserve to be sought after like that. There would be judgment, okay? And there are people who are very scared. So until they learn how to release, there will be constant issues for these people. And the pharaohs, y'all really need to remove yourself and let the chosen go. Let the collective go. Leave people alone. Get out of people's lives. Stop monitoring people because I'm telling you, it ain't gonna be good for you. This is a fair warning. All right. With that said, have a wonderful night, collective. I will talk to you soon. I will try to come on here this week, but y'all know these readings, they're a little exhausting for me, child. So I have to, come on here in increments because it takes a lot of my energy because I give y'all everything. So y'all be able to survive off of these readings for about a week or so. It'll help you. And I hope it's healed you. With that said, I will talk to you soon. I love you all. Thank you for supporting me. And don't forget to purchase my book, guys, on Amazon. My book was sabotaged, but it still could help you. And also, if you don't read, still support the book. Go buy it. It's called The Collective Code: Breaking Generational Curses. 10 no, I'm sorry. The Collective Code: 10 Toes Down, a guide to breaking difficult cycles. Go buy the book, guys, and also look out for my tarot deck that will be coming out. This tarot deck is for anybody. People who are starting off with tarot, this is going to be a perfect deck for you. It's going to help you to gain understanding about your life and figure out what's going on around you. I'm going in deep with these messages with my tarot cards, guys. So I'm excited to have it to bring it to you guys. It should be ready. Give it about a week, okay? I'll let y'all know. But have a good rest of your day, and I'll talk to y'all soon. Peace and love to you. Oh, should we end it with a prayer? Let's end it with a prayer. Because I forgot to do my 444 prayer. I'll do it with y'all. So let's get a prayer going real quick. While Donald Trump abuses, and then we'll get off of here. All right, so Most High God, this is the Psalms 109 prayer that I'm going to do for the collective. Most High God, Mother and Father of righteousness, we come before you asking for truth, protection, wisdom, discernment, and justice for the collective and our families. Where there has been confusion, bring clarity. Where there has been betrayal, bring exposure and accountability. Where there has been manipulation, lies, gossip, hidden agendas, let truth rise to the surface in your timing, oh God. Protect the minds, hearts, and homes of children's finances and spiritual well-beings of those who feel overwhelmed, isolated, falsely judged, or spiritually exhausted. Break unhealthy cycles, hidden oppression, sabotage, fear, and emotional bondage. Strengthen those who are trying to heal, rebuild, stand in truth, and walk with integrity. Give the collective wisdom to discern who truly means well and who does not. Remove deceptive influences, toxic attachments, false friendships, and manipulative dynamics. Let justice be balanced fairly and righteously. Let what is hidden be brought into the light, O God, and let every harmful plan fail before it causes destruction. Bring peace where there is anxiety. Bring stability where there is chaos. Bring healing where there has been heartbreak. And teach us to move with wisdom instead of fear, O God, discernment instead of paranoia, and strength instead of bitterness. May generational healing protect restoration and truth guide the path ahead. In your name, oh God, we thank you and pray. Ashe. Amen. Anyway, guys, thank you all for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, support the book, and always lead in love, okay? Always lead in love, always walk in righteousness. Get you a connection with God, because it's very serious in these times, because there's so much hate, jealousy, envy out here in the world, and we got to be in divine alignment because it's getting real bad out here. So stay prayed up and protect yourself at all costs. With that said, I will speak to you all very soon. Thank you all for watching, and I'll talk to you later. Good night, guys. Thank you all for the gifts. I truly appreciate you. And I'll talk to you later. Good night, guys. Or